Mm-hmm. 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 I'm tired of the lies they spin. They're feeding us poison, where do I begin? Every headline feels like a sin. Oh, it's a game we're stuck in, can't win. Barack signed the papers, gave them the key. NDAA took our truth, can't you see? Smithman's shadow, it's haunting me. Propaganda flows like a dark raging sea. They twist the words, make us blind. Realities are lost in their cruel grind. Who's telling the truth? Man, it's hard to find. In this media maze, we're all confined. We're rising up, can't take no more. Truth on our lips, it's time to roar. No more shadows, we'll break free. With every heartbeat, we'll make them see. Together we'll stand united and bold. No more lies, let the story be told. In this fight for truth, we'll find our way. We'll light the dark, bring a brand new day. I'm screaming loud, but no one hears. Drowning in cycles of our own fears. The truth's a ghost, shedding bitter tears. Oh, the anger rises, it's been years. So I'll sing my blues, let the world know. Fight for the truth, let the fire grow. We're breaking the chains, it's time to show. We won't be silenced, we'll steal the show. In the silence, hear the cries, voices echo, breaking tide. Every tear, a story untold. In the ashes, we rise bold. No more whispers, we shout loud. Together strong, we're a fierce crowd. With every step, we take the stand, fighting for truth. Hand in hand, let the walls shake, let the truth ring. We'll write the lyrics, let freedom sing. From the shadows, we'll break away. In this moment, we'll seize the day. We're rising up, can't take no more. Truth on our lips, it's time to roar. No more shadows, we'll break free. With every heartbeat, we'll make them see. Together we'll stand, united and bold. No more lies, let the story be told. In this fight for truth, we'll find our way. We'll light the dark, bring a brand new day.
Nothing ice cream cake, baby. I'm just letting myself be. Yeah. Well, today's been heavy, I'm not gonna lie. Too many thoughts rolling through my mind. So I grabbed my pipe, took a look around, and told all my worries, y'all can settle down. I ain't running, I ain't hiding, I just need a little room. Sometimes peace shows up quietly and chases out the gloom. There ain't no emergency, ain't no race. Sometimes you just need a little bit of space. It's an ice cream cake kind of day. Let the heavy drift away. Take a breath, take it slow. Ain't nowhere I gotta go. The world's gonna spin with or without me. I'm just gonna sit right here and let myself be. People ask me, Smoke Prophet, what's the plan? I say, brother, I'm just one old man. Read a little scripture, watch the clouds roll by. Thank the Lord above for another sunrise. I ain't looking for all the answers, I ain't chasing what's out of reach. Sometimes the quiet says a whole lot more than words can never teach. It's an ice cream cake kind of day. Let the heavy drift away. Take a breath, take it slow. Ain't nowhere I gotta go. The world's gonna spin with or without me. I'm just gonna sit right here and let myself be. Cream cake ain't hard to love, sweet vanilla drifting on the breeze above. I ain't trying to disappear, I'm just putting my worries in another gear. Life gets loud, that much is true, but I don't have to join in too. One deep breath and a little smile, and life gets lighter for a while. No sir, I ain't escaping, I ain't hiding from a thing. I'm just slowing down enough to hear the evening sing. The birds still chirp, the wind still blows. Funny how peace shows up when you let life go. It's an ice cream cake kind of day. Sweet vanilla drifting my way. Take a breath, take it slow. Ain't nowhere I gotta go. One old Marine with a grateful smile, just enjoying this a little while. The world can hurry if it wants to race. I'm gonna stay right here in my happy place. It's an ice cream cake kind of day. No, that's better. Coffee's warm, the sky's looking good, and today's a whole lot lighter than it was an hour ago. That'll do just fine. That'll do just fine.
Numbers climb at the gasoline sign, while the paycheck's falling behind.
Mama counts every dollar twice, putting supper back because it costs too high.
Daddy says kids will be alright,
then lies awake half the night. When your best ain't enough to bring relief, sometimes the only thing left is belief.
Some folks search their whole lives through for one honest heart that'll stay true.
They've heard forever come and go, and learned how deep a broken promise goes.
Still, somewhere underneath the scars,
They leave the door unlocked on their hearts.
when love feels more like a dream
Than a need, sometimes the only thing left is belief.
belief that tomorrow might turn around.
Believe when your knees are on the ground,
When the road gets dark and you cannot see,
Another payment past due on the home.
The car needs fixing, the baby needs shoes,
And every direction feels like something to lose.
but ordinary people still rise each day,
Carry their burdens and make their way.
holding one small seat
Only one small seat
when the cupboards are lean.
when the cupboards are lean.
Sometimes the
Only thing left is belief.
belief ain't saying the hurt ain't real.
It's trusting there's more than the pain you feel.
It's lighting a candle when hope burns thin.
And finding the courage to try again. Believe that tomorrow can turn around. Oh, believe when your knees are on the ground.
When the road gets dark,
And you cannot see
you take one more step
on what you believe.
when this hard old world
Brings you to your knees. Sometimes the only thing left is belief. And sometimes one little mustard seed
is all the belief.
you'll ever need.
Well, once again, good afternoon, my fellow mustard seeds. Yeah. The headlines look kind of heavy today. Again, yeah, regional leaders are searching for a way out of the Iran conflict. Russia and Ukraine are trading increasingly dangerous strikes. Yeah. In one rare meeting between American and Russian intelligence officials has produced more speculation than confirmed answers. While here at home, new voting regulations are already headed into another courtroom fight. Families are still watching the prices of groceries and gasoline, and the latest economic numbers remind us that a strong looking statistic doesn't always match what people feel in their wallets. We'll sort through some of that today, separating what has been confirmed from what people were or are merely claiming, and try to understand what it means for us ordinary folk that they forget about constantly. But before we begin, remember this: the news tells us what is happening around the world. It does not get to decide what happens within us. Even in difficult times, we can remain thoughtful without becoming fearful, concerned without surrendering our hope, and divided on an issue without becoming enemies. Somewhere today, somebody is carrying more than you can see. So offer a little patience, share a little kindness, and remind them that they are not alone. This world may give us plenty to worry about, but as long as we still have faith, compassion, and one another, we still have something worth holding on to. So these three stories connect beautifully. With the only thing left is belief, because each person reached a point where ordinary solutions had run out. All right. The widow of Zarephath and her last meal. And this comes from 1 Kings 17, 8 through 16. During a terrible drought, a widow had only enough flour and oil to prepare one meal for herself and her son. Elijah asked her to trust God and feed him first, promising that her supplies would not run out. She acted on belief when the cupboard was empty. And God sustained her family throughout the famine. Connection: when food is scarce and a parent cannot see how tomorrow's meal will be provided, belief can become the last thing left. And then we have the widow whose family was drowning in debt. And this comes from 2 Kings 4, 1 through 7. The widow told Elisha that her husband had died, the creditors were coming, and her sons could be taken to satisfy the debt. All she possessed was a small jar of oil. Elisha instructed her to borrow empty containers and begin pouring. The oil continued flowing until every container was filled, allowing her to pay her debts and support her family. What's the connection? She believed that the little she still possessed could be enough. Sometimes hope begins by placing the smallest thing you have into God's hands. And then our last story takes us to Mark 5:21 through 24 and 35 through 43. Jairus is told, only believe. Now, Jairus came to Jesus because his daughter was dying. Before they reached his home, messengers arrived saying she had died, and there was no reason to trouble Jesus any further. Jesus answered with words that could almost serve as the song's biblical foundation. That song that I just played for you. Be not afraid, only believe. Jesus continued to the house and restored the girl to life. What's the connection? When everyone else says it is finished and there is nothing more that can be done, belief may be the only thing left, but it is not nothing. It is not nothing. The key word in that is not. All right? The key word in that is not. But it is not nothing. Because it's everything. For some of us, it is absolutely everything that we need in order to sustain and move forward. Together, these stories cover an empty cupboard, an overwhelming debt, and devastating loss. In every case, the problem was real, but it did not get the final word. Now, let's hit the top 5 news stories as they see it. And there's a specific reason why I said as they see it. Okay. New mail-in voting requirements take effect. So they're going into effect today. All right. The Postal Service says new requirements connected to President Donald J. Trump's executive order are now in effect for the November midterms. 24 states and Washington, D.C. are challenging the rules, arguing that the federal government is intruding upon the state's constitutional authority to administer elections. Oregon just happens to be among the states fighting the changes. The thing is nobody asked the Oregon people, because if they had, they would find out that they shouldn't be fighting it at all, that we agree with it, that we support it 100%. but our government does everything the exact opposite of what we want here in Oregon. Second story, Meta reaches that $18 billion safety settlement. Meta has agreed to pay up to $18 billion to settle the claims that Facebook and Instagram were deliberately designed to addict children. The agreement includes teen usage limits as well. Okay, now yesterday when I reported on this, it was basically preteens that were listed in this. Now this has changed, and now the agreement includes teen usage limits, overnight restrictions, and controls on school hour notifications. Meta denies wrongdoing again, while Florida and New Mexico are pursuing separate cases. Now, this is the thing. So 3 states were involved with the initial lawsuit, thus sucking $18 billion out of Zuckerberg's pockets. Okay. And now you have 2 more states that have jumped on board that are filing their own actions and are going to go for somewhere in the 25 to $50 billion return. This is going to be interesting to see which way this goes, how it goes, and what kind of payment structure ends up going out in the long run. In the long run, I think Meta is screwed. This is going to put a big wrench in their cogs. Yeah. You know what happens when you throw a wrench in the cogs? The cogs get broken. They get bound up. Things stop working properly. So keep an eye on Facebook and what is going on with the platform. And if you use Instagram, same thing. Keep an eye on it. Watch for changes. Watch for notifications. Watch for updates. Watch for changes in policy. That's a big one. Okay. You ever notice that your phone, you know, 99.9% of us have cell phones, right? How many times a week do you get an update to their privacy policy? How many times a week do you get updates in regards to the software that controls your phone? This isn't how a phone should be operating. These systems should not be updating every single day. How many times have you gone to pick up your phone and you can't do squat with it because the phone is too busy doing its own damn thing? Just saying. This is a regular thing. And in most cases, people have it so that when updates come, it's automatic update. No, start watching what is being updated on your phone. Watch it and watch it closely. Especially if you have T-Mobile. Okay. All right. Then let's go here. So employment remains stable, but inflation and trade raise concerns. And again, remember that these are stories from their perspective. I'll input my own shit on top of it. All right. New unemployment claims declined to 203,000, in indicating that layoffs remain relatively low. However, the July goods trade deficit widened to 118.8 billion, while inflation remains above the Federal Reserve's 2% goal. That combination, steady employment but stubborn prices, could keep interest rates elevated. And this is the thing, is that the Fed is trying to fuck us, and we ain't gonna let it happen. No, you're not supposed to be seeing anything other than me right now. And you're not even supposed to be seeing me because I have that off. Yeah, you're not even supposed to see me. I'm invisible. See, I'm invisible. Yeah. So then we go on. RFK faces questions over statements about his Samoa trip. Newly obtained documents appeared to contradict Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s congressional testimony that his 2019 Samoa visit had nothing to do with vaccines. The documents indicate that Kennedy contacted Samoa's prime minister while examining the MMR vaccine controversy. Democrat lawmakers are demanding further investigation. Kennedy's response and the complete context will matter before drawing conclusions about whether he intentionally misled Congress. I think that they're just grasping at straws. They want to do everything, the Democrats want to do everything that they can to destroy the Kennedy name. Okay, period. No ands, ifs, or buts about it, because of the fact that, yeah, exactly, Mikey B. I have a face for radio. But anyways, back to this. And then this is kind of interesting. Trial day set for the alleged mastermind of 9/11. Military judge has ordered Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and 3 alleged accomplices to stand trial beginning June 5th, 2028. The Guantanamo proceedings would begin almost 27 years after September 11th attacks, following years of arguments over evidence, interrogation methods, and abandoned plea agreements. You have to ask yourself, why haven't these cases moved forward already? Why haven't these cases been set, secured, and locked in? It just seems really fucking random that this comes up now. Yeah, it just seems really, 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 really out there, and it just seems kind of, there's a whole lot there, I'm just saying that there's a lot more to this, than anybody knows. And then let me see here. I want to make sure I got everything in the lineup. Yeah, and there are some things that I want to point out today that are going to be that we're going to end up covering. So let's see. I think I've got everything there now. Oh, there we go. I'm just trying to make sure I got everything all set. Okay. And there. Okay, so I got to get to there and then there, and I've got to do this, and that. And we should be where we need to be. Yeah. So, Lips TikTok says Nick Shirley leaves New York Times reporter speechless after she attempts to defend the Stop Nick Shirley Act, a bill signed to effectively silence journalists who expose fraud. This is exactly why no one trusts the mega.
So I was the people who are supporting this bill, they say that has nothing to do with you. They introduced it long before you had come to California. That it's really not about your work here.
Not true.
Why do you say it's not true?
Because I announced on January 31st I was coming to California. I had already filmed the videos. The word had already gotten out that I filmed inside these immigration support service providers. And then they created the bill before I published the video.
Well, they say that it has to do with work, experiences that immigration service providers have been having for quite a long time, including last year, that they were not aware of your work when they felt that there was a need for this bill.
It's a lie, quite frankly. And there's already laws out for people that are being doxxed and for people that are being threatened. Mm-hmm. There's no need for this bill. They're making a protected class by specifically saying immigration support service providers, and they say included but not limited to, and they list a whole bunch. But what does that exactly mean? It's so broad that quite literally anything underneath them could be an immigration support service provider. There's 10 million immigrants here inside the state of California.
So my understanding is that the bill actually like adds immigration services to existing categories of people who already had this same safe at home protection.
Yeah, so they're putting them inside of this new program, yet they don't actually, they're making a new protected class for people that work inside immigration support service programs. There's already laws for people that are being doxxed and threatened. That safe at home program is for people who are trying to escape their predators that are attacking them.
And so what is it that like you feel that you've done that would be prohibited by this law? Because
have you read the bill?
Yeah, it does say that it only applies, like someone has to apply for this protection. It's not like they automatically get it. They have to show that they're being threatened, that they have like a law enforcement in like approval. And then
so imagine a fraudster who knows he's committing fraud. He's like, oh, well, now underneath this bill, if I'm committing fraud, I'm just going to go enroll into this program. And therefore, when someone comes up to expose my fraud, I can just give them a written paper, a written demand, and they can't publish the video according to the law.
And you think they could easily just fake that they're being like facing a threat?
The harassment, it says harassment on that bill. It says unwelcome visitation, unwelcome visits, like unreasonable fear.
Okay.
If I go expose a fraudster, are they going to be fearful? Well, of course.
Okay. And then what about the part of the bill that says, like, it's only unlawful to post the information if you're doing so to incite violence or make a threat? Like, if you're just posting it for information to inform the public, that wouldn't be a violation, would it?
Who's to say that? Who's to say that if I expose it and then I expose it to somebody else and then a third party comes in and incites violence or harassment? What does that mean? That means that they could literally hire somebody to go commit the crime and say that third party was because of Nick Shirley. Then Nick Shirley is responsible of that crime. And then we're going to give Nick Shirley a $4,000 fine. So you as a journalist, if you go expose a Leering Center, do you know what a Leering Center is?
I watched your videos about that.
Okay, yeah. So if you go expose a Leering Center where there's no kids at the daycare, they receive $1.9 million, and it just opens up a whole entire fraud ring, and then I expose it, a bunch of other people come in and say someone throws, I don't know, say somebody paintballs the building, right? They cause fear for that building, and then you're responsible for the actions of a third party. But that fraud was real. So like how it completely breaks the trust and the amendment of the freedom of press by putting other crimes upon another person for reporting the truth. People said the Minnesota fraud wasn't true for a long time. And now we're seeing that people are being arrested nearly each and every single week, and people are pleading guilty to that fraud. But the Democrats and the mainstream media said that fraud wasn't real. So we just had New York Times come up, interview me. They literally couldn't finish the interview because I told her why this bill is a violation of the First Amendment, and she was literally left speechless. Tells you all you need to know.
Yep. Tells you all you need to know. And I thought that was an important one to add today. All right. Because of the fact of this Nick Shirley Act, that Stop Nick Shirley Act in California. And that is exactly what it is. The fact that they don't want to admit that on the legislative floor or anything like that. It's all bullshit. You know, Newsom should be in prison, and so should half of if not more than half of the politicians in the state of California. And the thing is it's not just California. The same shit goes on in every state. And we just got to keep pushing forward. So Secretary of War Pete Hegseth just pinned the Bronze Star Medal with V device for valor on Lance Corporal Jordan Houston. Here we go.
President of the United States takes pleasure in presenting the Bronze Star Medal with V device for valor to Lance Corporal Jordan J. Houston, United States Marine Corps, for heroic achievement in connection with combat operations against the enemy while assigned to Gulf Company, 2nd Battalion, 1st Marine Regiment, Special Purpose Marine Air Ground Task Force, Crisis Response, Central Command, in support of Operation Allies Refuge on 26 August 2021. In the face of a known and specific terrorist threat at the Hamid Karzai International Airport's Abbey Gate, Lance Corporal Houston continued to conduct crowd control from an exposed and vulnerable position. Upon the detonation of a suicide vest, he was wounded, concussed, surrounded by gunfire, and engulfed in tear gas, but disregarded his own injuries to pull multiple wounded Marines to safety. His actions, amidst the chaos, doubtlessly saved the lives of his fellow Marines. Lance Corporal Houston's unswerving determination, wise judgment, and dedication to duty reflected great credit upon him and were in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Marine Corps and the United States Naval Service.
Yeah, simplify, young man. Congratulations. Mayrock says, I'm feeling something big is coming. U.S. debt clock put this up. And we got to make it bigger so that we can see the damn thing. Yeah. Economic supernova. What'll happen when we cap all loans at 3% interest and eliminate all income and property taxes? Economy, E equals 2x in 8 years. Massive and economic expansion that has never been witnessed since the beginning of time. It's going to be interesting. I do want to do one thing here. I want to take a swing over to here before we jump back into our feed, and I want to scroll on down, and I want to see if there's anything new has been added to Ingersoll. Going up. Come on. What the heck is going on here? Okay. Just double checking things because I want to make sure that we got Melody. That's our thorium pages. Okay, I'm not seeing anything here. I'm not seeing anything here. Let's see. What do we have here? Press. I'm not seeing anything new. Yeah. All right. So I'm not seeing anything new here. I do want to try and remember to pop in there every couple of days because of the fact that there is so much going on, you know. And while I'm at it, you know, we're going to get into a long one right now. All right. And I gave this to Cola last night, and I hope that she took some time and looked through it, because I think that this is I think that this is going to fill in a whole lot of dots for people, and I think that it's kind of important that we do just that, because we know a little something. We don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. You don't know nothing. We don't know nothing. Right? That's the kind of mode that we've always tried to stay in. All right. So Sir Oliver Pollock put this together. And it's Dolly Parton, the White Rabbit. And he says, I think I just found the rabbit hole I was supposed to find. It started with President Trump's post about Dolly Parton. Very sad to report that Dolly Parton, one of the greatest country singers and far beyond ever, has just passed away. This is a true loss for millions of Americans. There has never been anybody quite like her, and never will. In her honor, I am lowering the American flag throughout the United States for 1 week period, beginning tonight at 6 p.m. Rest in peace, Dolly. The world loves you. President Donald J. Trump. Okay. So we're going to be focusing on this post here, and we're going to be focusing on this information down here in the lower right-hand corners, as well as all of the capital letters. Okay. Just so everybody's got an idea where we're going. While most people saw a tribute, I saw a timestamp. 2:32 p.m. a mirror. Call me autistic. Call me a Q-tard. but I remembered what Q told me. Mirrors are necessary. And what's funny is that somebody ended up responding to this saying to him that Q never said mirrors are necessary, and then had to come back and say, oh yeah, he did. I think it's hilarious. I love it when people get friggin' dogged out like that. All right. But he says, follow me down this rabbit hole. President Trump doesn't always make sense when he posts on True Social, and oftentimes he capitalizes words and phrases that shouldn't be. So I counted the capital letters, as I usually do, and he knows it. And what did I find? 35 caps. Normally, I would go straight to Q drop 35. Okay, and let's go ahead and jump over to 35 real quick, just to be able to say, okay, we understand what Q35 says. POTUS will be insulated, protected on Air Force One and abroad, specific locations classified. While these operations are conducted due to the nature of the entrenchment, it is time to take back our country and make America great again. Give me 1 second. All right, sorry. Let us salute and pray for the brave men and women in uniform who will undertake this assignment to bring forth peace, unity, and return power to the people. It is our hope that this message reaches enough people to make a meaningful impact. We cannot yet telegraph this message through normal methods for reasons I'm sure everybody here can understand. Follow the questions from the previous threads and remain calm. The primary targets are within DC and remain at the top on both sides. A spillover in the streets will be quickly shut down. Look for more false flags. Stay alert, be vigilant, and above all, please pray. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. Love is patient. Love is kind. God bless my fellow Americans. 4-10-20 DJT. Okay, so now that we've gone through there, let's go ahead and jump back to here. All right. So, which is pretty damn relevant in all that surrounds us, especially since it was the first time we saw DJT on the board with 4-10-20. But this time it was about the mirror. And if you followed the way I decode Trump's posts for years, you already know what I did next. 35 to 53, mirror. Q drop 53. List out all who have foundations. Analyze the filings. Who is charged with overseeing this? The IRS, right? So here's the post. All right. List out all who have foundations. Why is this relevant? How can donations be used personally? Analyze the filings. Who is charged with overseeing this? IRS? Corrupt? Politically motivated? The level of corruption in our country and most others is so severe there is only one way. Alice and Wonderland. So I did exactly that. And guess what? Dolly Parton had a foundation. Not some tiny charity either. The Dollywood Foundation, operating Dolly Parton's Imagination Library, is moving tens of millions of dollars through a massive children's book distribution network involving millions of children. Government funding, nonprofits, local affiliates, publishers, mailing contractors, and state programs. But pay attention to the timestamp of Q drop 53, 3 minutes apart from President Trump's post. There are no coincidences. Then California showed up. California appropriated $68.2 million for the Imagination Library. But instead of the money simply moving from California to Dollywood, to books, to children, another nonprofit layer appeared, Strong Reader Partnership. California Senate records say that by July of 2024, 2 years after the original $68.2 million investment, implementation had stalled. California State Library instead entered into a $19.2 million contract with Strong Reader Partnership. The legislature later ordered that at least 90% of the original $68.2 million appropriation be redirected towards the Dollywood Foundation. Yet, California Senate records show $4.8 million was deposited into Strong Reader Partnership's business checking account, while only approximately $25 million was initially contracted to Dollywood. The Senate staff literally titled a section "Fiscal Details of Strong Reader Partnership Murky." Open the California Senate report. This is a screenshot. Okay, so so he gives he gives a direct link to the whole PDF for it. Okay, then came consultants, marketing firms, financial management companies, United Way, communications contractors, millions moving through administrative layers surrounding what is supposedly a very simple mission: get a child enrolled, buy the book, mail the book. California lawmakers themselves started asking questions. They demanded invoices, bank statements, contracts, supporting documentation. They questioned spending and reporting. They found accounting discrepancies. They questioned marketing expenditures. They questioned why so many financial management services were needed for an organization with relatively few bank transactions. In April of 2026, California lawmakers held a special oversight hearing into, give me 1 second, guys. Okay, let's see, held a special overnight hearing into Strong Reader Partnerships expenditures. A California Senate budget summary described roughly $1.1 million spent on vendors that lawmakers said generated virtually no products, while contrasting that with approximately $1.5 million sent directly to Dolly Parton's Imagination Library that resulted in more than 1 million books. Open the April 2026 Senate overview summary, and that's basically this here. So the thing about Sir Oliver is he provides you links to find all of the relevant information according to this. All right. So Senator Sasha Perez subsequently announced an audit of the state library's implementation of the program, saying the hearings had raised serious questions about how public funds were used. Open the official audit announcement. So here's another. Okay. And here's the announces audit of state library literacy program intended to provide books to California children. Okay. Let me be crystal clear. This is exactly the kind of structure you investigate if you're looking for possible waste, political patronage, self-dealing, inflated services, pass-through spending, or something even bigger. And that was only the foundation side. Then I went backward through Dolly's Hollywood network. Dolly's longtime manager, close friend, and business partner was Sandy Gallen. Okay, and you'll see Sandy here pretty soon. If you don't know that name, you need to. Gallen was not simply Dolly Parton's manager. He was one of the most powerful talent managers and producers in Hollywood. However, Dolly's own website fails to mention him or the fact that she met Gallen in 1976 and that their 25-year business relationship eventually led them to form Sand Dollar Productions in 1985. 1 second. Sorry. Open Dolly's own page about Sandy Gillen. Okay, so and this goes to here where she talks about global icon and humanitarian Dolly Parton, known to the world as a beloved singer, songwriter, philanthropist, actress, playwright, and author, died peacefully today in Nashville, Tennessee. She was 80. Dolly is preceded in death by her beloved husband of 59 years, Carl Thomas Dean, 1942 to 2025. Her mother, Avi Lee Caroline Owens, and father, Robert Lee Parton Sr. Rhinestone life that shone bright enough for the world to see. Dolly will forever stand as an inspiration, not only through her timeless music and prolific songwriting, but also her wit, warmth, and kindness that made us feel like family. Dolly Parton's legacy is one of love, kindness, and resilience. With a 7-decade career, she inspired multiple generations of artists and fans with her music and an unwavering commitment to making the world a better place. Her songs will continue to resonate with people of all ages, and her philanthropic work will have a lasting impact. At Dolly's request, a small private service will be held for immediate family. Dolly's fans and friends from around the world are encouraged to pay tribute to Dolly on social media, tagging at Dolly. In lieu of flowers, the family asked for donations to be made to Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. Yeah. And then, here is where, it's a full rundown, and I'm not going to go through all of that. Interesting, considering who he was. Gallen represented major names including Dolly Parton, Michael Jackson, Cher, Barbra Streisand, Neil Diamond, Mariah Carey, Whoopi Goldberg, Richard Pryor, and Nicole Kidman. The Television Academy confirms Gallen's career as a producer / talent manager and his 1985 partnership with Dolly Parton and Sand Dollar Productions. And then you've got here's his bio. It tells you everything that he's been involved with. Michael Jackson, Mariah Carey, Richard Pryor, Cher, Joan Rivers, Nicole Kidman, Renee Zellweger, Lily Tomlin, Roseanne, Martin Lawrence, Paul Lindy, Howie Mandel, and Whoopi Goldberg. In 1985, he partnered with Dolly Parton to form the company Sand Dollar Productions, which was responsible for producing the Father of the Bride films, Sabrina, Kicking and Screaming, and Common Thread Stories from the Quilt, which won an Oscar for Best Feature Documentary. Gallen also produced the movie Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which led to the long-running series of the same name, as well as the spin-off Angel. Additionally, Gallen served as a producer on episodes of the series Dolly, All-American Girl, and The Wonderful World of Disney. In 1980, he won an Emmy Award for his work on the telefilm The Miracle Worker. As a home designer, Gallen sold properties to Marvin Hamlisch, Kenny G, Frank Sinatra, and Mark Burnett. And over the past decade, he did luxury renovations for Marilyn and Jeffrey Katzenberg, Shelley and Irving Azoff, Deborah and Alan Grubman, and Jimmy Levine, among others. Gallen died April 21st, 2017. He was 76 at the time of his death. Now, let's get back over to here. So his inner circle was David Geffen, Calvin Klein, and Barry Diller. Architectural Digest described Gallen's famous inner circle as Barry Diller, David Geffen, Calvin Klein, and Sandy. Gallen also designed homes for people, including, we already did that. Open the Architectural Digest, and its contemporary Vanity Fair reporting shows just how tightly woven Gallen was into Hollywood's power structure. One 1991 article describes a birthday party for David Geffen held at Gallen's house, attended by names including Michael Eisner, Jeffrey Katzenberg, Barry Diller, Mike Ovitz, Peter Gruber, John Peters, Penny Marshall, Joni Mitchell, and others. So Gallen also became one of the major social figures of the Hamptons. Luxury estates, private parties, Hollywood power brokers, fashion moguls, billionaires, yachts now follow Gallen's closest circle, David Geffen. Geffen owns one of the most famous mega yachts on Earth called the Rising Sun. This isn't just some billionaire's boat. Forbes describes the Rising Sun as a 454-foot super yacht that became a gathering place for the world's elite. Documented guests include Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, Oprah Winfrey, Tom Hanks, Jeff Bezos, and Lloyd Blankfein. The Washington Post separately documented Barack and Michelle aboard Rising Sun with Oprah Winfrey, Tom Hanks, and Bruce Springsteen in French Polynesia. Then and then think about that for a moment. A former U.S. president and first lady, one of the most powerful media figures in America, Hollywood royalty, music royalty, the founder of Amazon, the former CEO of Goldman Sachs, all moving through the same private yacht ecosystem controlled by David Gallen's closest circle, David Geffen. Understand who David Geffen was connected to in Hollywood. In 1994, Geffen co-founded DreamWorks, SKG, with Steven Spielberg, Jeffrey Katzenberger, and David Geffen. That is literally what SKG stood for. Spielberg, Katzenberger, and Geffen. Okay, and Katzenberger was already connected directly to Sandy Gallen. In the 2015 Epstein file email promoting Gallen directly to Jeffrey Epstein, the sender specifically says Jeffrey Katzenberg hired Sandy Gallen to oversee the architecture, construction, and landscaping and decorating of his Bel Air estate. So this wasn't some random chain of celebrity acquaintances. Gallen's network ran straight into the founding power structure of DreamWorks. Dollywood, Sandy Gallen, David Geffen, Jeffrey Katzenberg, Steven Spielberg, and DreamWorks SKG. And Gallen had his own direct professional relationship with Katzenberg, independent of Geffen. Now, take that same David Geffen and follow him out of Hollywood onto one of the most famous mega yachts on Earth, the Rising Sun. And Geffen wasn't some random connection we stumbled across. He was part of Sandy Gallen's intimate inner circle. Gallen was Dolly Parton's longtime manager, close friend, and business partner. So now the chain is Dolly Parton, Sandy Gallen, David Geffen, Rising Sun, presidents, billionaires, Hollywood, and Wall Street. And that yacht culture became even more important once you realize the same broader international luxury world included Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Follow Sandy Gallen's circle into David Geffen's yacht world, and the geography starts repeating. The Hamptons, St. Barth's, St. Tropez, the French Riviera, private yachts, private estates, billionaire social circles. This is where Sandy Gallen stops being just another Hollywood name and starts becoming very important. Because Gallen appears inside the released Epstein files themselves. One of the clearest examples is December 29, 2013, email sent to Jeffrey Epstein. The email discusses the billionaire's Caribbean St. Barth's social circuit. All right. Debbie and Leon Black are identified aboard Starcatcher. Then comes Sandy Gallen. The email says Gallen was supposed to be on David Geffen's boat, but instead went to Donna Karen's after an issue involving Gallen's boyfriend and Geffen's Rising Sun. Then look at the names appearing in that same correspondence. David Geffen, Sandy Gallen, Donna Karen, Dasha Zhokova, Roman Abramovich, Jimmy Buffett, Robbie Robertson, Carol Bayer Sager, Bob Daly, Lawrence Bender, Leon Black, Abby Rosen, Samantha Boardman, Don Maron, Ronald Cohen, Peter Brandt, Stephanie Seymour, and Mark Jacobs, and many others. Donna Karan isn't some random woman either. She is the legendary New York fashion designer behind Donna Karan, New York, and DKNY. These aren't names I'm connecting years later simply because they happen to be famous. They are being discussed together inside correspondence sent into Jeffrey Epstein's inbox about who was partying where, who was aboard which boat, and who was moving through St. Bart's. And then there is another Epstein file document. October 29, 2015, this one begins, Dear Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. It promotes Sandy Gallen's new interior design business directly to Epstein. And how is Gallen introduced? As one of Hollywood's most successful talent managers, the document specifically names Michael Jackson, Dolly Parton, Cher, Nicole Kidman, Joan Rivers, Richard Pryor, and Whoopi Goldberg. Then it tells Epstein that Gallen has spent approximately 40 years entertaining an elite show business crowd in dozens of homes he's designed, built, and lived in across Beverly Hills, Malibu, and the Hamptons. It also says Jeffrey Kratzenberg hired Gallen to oversee the architecture, construction, landscaping, and decorating of his Bel Air estate. Read that again. It also says Jeffrey Kratzenberg hired Gallen to oversee the architecture, construction, landscaping, and decorating of Katzenberg's Bel Air estate. An email addressed directly to Mr. Jeffrey Epstein is promoting Sandy Gallen and literally uses Dolly Parton's name as part of Gallen's Hollywood credentials. That does not mean Dolly herself corresponded with Epstein, but it establishes something important in this network. Gallen was operating inside an elite social environment being reported directly into Epstein's inbox. And Gallen wasn't some distant acquaintance of Dolly. He was her longtime manager, her close friend, her business partner. They created Sandollar Productions together. The chain isn't hypothetical. So you got Dolly Parton, Sandy Gallen, David Geffen, Rising Sun, St. Bart's Billionaire Yacht Circuit, Peggy Siegel, and Epstein correspondence, and Jeffrey Epstein's inbox. Then follow the geography again. Hamptons, Gallen, Geffen, Calvin Klein, elite entertainment and fashion circles. Then Diddy and the white party culture. I'm telling you, this is deep. Okay, he spent some time putting this together, and I give him props for this. You know, now follow it across the Atlantic. St. Tropez, the French Riviera yachts, and private parties. Diddy's White Party series was primarily associated with East Hampton, but his 2006 White Party was held at Nikki Beach in St. Tropez. All right, and guess who else was operating in St. Tropez? Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Oh boy. Now enter Virginia Giuffre. Giuffre said she traveled to St. Tropez with Epstein and Maxwell in 2001 while she was still a minor for Naomi Campbell's birthday celebration aboard a yacht. Le Monde reports that French investigators later cited St. Tropez as one of Epstein's locations of predation and recounts Giuffre's allegation that she was forced into sexual activity there. All right, and this was the Le Monde newspaper, and this was produced I have no idea when it was written. Here, let's go ahead. So Jeffrey Epstein and St. Tropez, the sex predator's other hunting ground in France. The businessman spent nearly every summer in the seasonal south of France, hotspot for the fashion and luxury industries. Just as in Paris, where he owned an apartment, this town, frequented by celebrities, billionaires, and aspiring models, served as a base for his sexual crimes. It's just a lot there. Yeah. There is a photographic evidence of Giuffre inside that environment, and there is photographic evidence of Giuffre inside that environment. Getty identifies a May 19, 2001 photograph from Naomi Campbell's 31st birthday in St. Tropez showing Naomi Campbell, Flavio Briatore, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, and Ghislaine Maxwell aboard the yacht party scene. So you got 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? Okay. Epstein and Maxwell's exploitation operation moved through the same type of private international luxury environment. Private estates, private aircraft, yachts, islands, billionaire circles, celebrity parties, and then it gets even stranger. Ghislaine Maxwell created the Terramar Project. Terramar was founded in 2012 and focused on the high seas, the portion of the oceans outside individual national jurisdiction. Its stated vision involved creating a global ocean community around the high seas. Oh boy. Maxwell even presented Terramar publicly at the United Nations. Court records from Maxwell's federal prosecution confirm that Maxwell established Terramar Project Inc. and Terramar UK and sat on both boards. The same Ghislaine Maxwell, later convicted in connection with Epstein's sexual exploitation operation, created an international organization centered specifically on the high seas and global ocean governance. Then another Dolly connection appears. Dolly and Sandy Gallen, Sand Productions, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and Josh Whedon. The Television Academy confirms that Sandler produced the original Buffy movie and that it led into the television series. Sandra Mitchell Gellar also publicly confirmed Dolly's behind-the-scenes involvement with Buffy through Sandler. Years later, multiple Buffy actors described Whedon's behavior as abusive or inappropriate. Michelle Trachtenberg joined Buffy as a teenager. She later disclosed that there had been a rule saying Josh Whedon was not allowed to be alone in a room with her. And then
Michelle Trachtenberg has leveled a new accusation against Buffy the Vampire Slayer creator Joss Whedon, saying he was not allowed to be alone with her on set of the show. The actress has updated a statement she released earlier this week on social media in support of fellow Buffy actor Charisma Carpenter, who revealed that she'd been traumatized for years due to the treatment she received from Whedon during production of the iconic show and its spin-off Angel. Trachtenberg played Buffy's younger sister Dawn Summers on Buffy the Vampire Slayer from 2000 to 2003.
Oh, like you've never fallen for a vampire? That was different. It always is when it's you.
On Wednesday, Trachtenberg responded to a post from lead actress Sarah Michelle Gellar, who also supported Carpenter, saying, "Thank you, Sarah Michelle Gellar, for saying this. I am brave enough now as a 35-year-old woman to repost this, because this must be known. As a teenager with his not appropriate behavior, very not appropriate." Trachtenberg has since updated that statement, adding, "So now people know what Joss did. The last comment I will say on this was there was a rule saying he's not allowed to be in a room alone with Michelle again." Earlier this week, Carpenter accused Whedon of, quote, hostile and toxic behavior on the sets of Buffy and Angel, saying he, quote, abused his power. Whedon has yet to comment on the accusations. On Thursday evening, Eliza Dushku, who played Faith on Buffy and its Angel spinoff, shared a statement on Instagram in support of Carpenter. She wrote, in part, "Charisma Carpenter, my heart aches for you, and I'm so sorry you have held this for so long. Your post was powerful, painful, and painted a picture we'll collectively never unsee or unknow. Thank you. I hadn't known it, and I won't forget it." For more on this story and the latest updates, go to thr.com.
Yeah. So, yeah, interesting. So, she never publicly accused Whedon of sexually abusing her. So, I'm not claiming that, but it belongs on the board. Now, step back and look at what I've uncovered. Dolly Parton, Sandy Gallen, David Geffen, Calvin Klein, Hollywood Power Circle, Hamptons, Yachts, private elite social networks, and overlapping geographically. Diddy, Hamptons, St. Tropez, yacht culture, and separately Epstein and Maxwell. St. Tropez, yachts, private international social circle, Virginia Giuffre, then back through Dolly. Dollywood Foundation, millions of children, tens of millions of books, massive government and nonprofit money flow. California, 6.2 million, strong reader partnership, consultants, marketing, United Way, financial firms, California legislative scrutiny. Are these all part of one criminal operation? That is not established. But this isn't the question yet. The question is, why do the same worlds keep touching? Hollywood power, foundations, children, government money, nonprofits, Hampton Estates, St. Tropez, St. Bart's, yachts, billionaires, Epstein, Maxwell, Giuffre, Diddy, Geffen, Gallen, and sitting at the beginning of the trail, Dolly Parton. Trump posts at 2:32. Mirror. I count 35 caps. Mirror 35 to 53. I land on Q drop 53. 53 says foundations, analyze the filings. So I did. And somehow I ended up staring directly at an actual California legislative investigation involving millions of dollars surrounding the rollout of Dolly Parton's children's book program. Coincidence? Maybe. But what did she know? Was she simply a white rabbit or something much worse? This is exactly why I follow the white rabbit. I'm nowhere near finished. And yeah, so here we go. Rabbit hole unlocked. Trump's 232 Dolly Post Mirror 35 to 53 foundations. Dolly's Imagination Library funnels tens of millions, and California 68 million through murky nonprofits, consultants, and strong readership partnership audit underway. Her lifelong partner, Sandy Gallen, sits in Epstein's elite yacht, Hamptons, and St. Bart's orbit with Geffen and the Power Circle. White Rabbit or something different? No coincidences. This is absolutely some kick-ass work. Never just a simple white rabbit. Never just a simple one. Yeah. So in this one here, his children says, wow, amazing work. There's always connections. Random info, the South Tennessee gas station she just put her name on, truck stop, was just a random in the middle of nowhere gas station, and her partner bought it from the owners. Why there? Strange. Yeah. And then there's this lady.
Here's y'all a good one. Miss Dolly Parton. Now, I'm in Tennessee. I know exactly where her place is. My best friend in here's brother's got 2 cabins up there in Gatlinburg, just about nothing. One of them's like 7 miles from Dollywood. Have you seen the post on here where Dolly Parton says she can't live in the United States with Trump? Now, I know that if you've been on TikTok for a minute, you know that they're calling Garth Brooks the Diddy in music, country music. You don't have that many fucking deaths around nobody. He's a no good piece of shit. Well, let me tell you something about Miss Dollywood and Dolly Parton. For years now, the people here in Tennessee has heard that mountain top was stolen from a family. And I believe it. I damn sure believe it. That woman's got a lot of secrets. Y'all wanna know why you'll never see her sleeveless? The bitch has got tattoos on her. She's got a lot of secrets. Did y'all know that? Hell, my son's got 3 tattoos parlors. I got a tattoo on my hip or my thigh. It's of my kids back to back, but I don't show it. But Dolly Parton said she couldn't live in the United States, so she found her a nice little place in Mexico. Did y'all know that? See, let me tell you the rumors here about Dollywood. That's where people took kids up there for people to look at to buy. Y'all remember the Summer Wells story? They took them kids there a lot. What happened to Summer? This is known in Tennessee. I would not go to that fucking place for nothing. See, I'm so thankful that God did not. He grounded me in so many ways. You can't buy me with money. You can't buy me with sparkly shiny. And I have no desire to go give somebody like Dolly Parton or anybody else or Disney a bunch of damn money to ride rides and to stand in line and just be miserable. To fatten some fucker's pocket.
Yeah. And that was Tennessee Aunt Cindy. Yep. She put some good stuff out through the years. Yeah. So, yeah, what's up with that? What's up with that? And then all roads lead to Obama, renegade. Yep. Just saying, there's more to this than anybody knows. You know, so, and then her investments in Moderna, and then pushing the vax, that causes a lot of question too. You know, so Jeffrey Katzberg, Oprah Winfrey, Leon Black, Jeffrey Epstein, Nicole Kidman, Michael Eisner, spells Jolene. Gallon is the hinge, Geffen is the boat, and the two don't fit the word. These 6 do. She told you in 1973, people hummed it anyways. Please don't take my man. My theory, Dolly was asked to sacrifice her man to be in the spotlight, not kill him, not dump him on a camera, erase him from the frame. Carl Dean marries her in 1966 and then spends almost 60 years as a ghost. No carpets, no couple brand. She becomes the most famous woman in the room. He stays in Tennessee like he was never invited. That is the deal. You can have Sandy Gallon, you can have Sand Dollar, you can have the books, the foundation, the flags, the love of the world, but you cannot walk into that light holding your husband by the hand. Jolene does not want Carl Dean. Jolene wants you unencumbered. Katzenberg sits on the DreamWorks SKG line with Geffen and Spielberg, and Gallon is hired onto his Bel Air estate. Winfrey is documented on Geffen's Rising Sun. Black is named in the same Epstein correspondence that places Gallon on that boat circuit. Epstein is the inbox where Gallon's resume is pitched and Dolly Parton's name is used as credit. Kidman is on that same client list. Eisner is at the 1991 birthday party at Gallon's house with Katzenberg, Ovitz, Diller, and Gruber. Same map as the original post. Okay. Carl Dean gets hidden. Dolly gets the spotlight. Please don't take him. Please don't make me choose. She chose. Jolene was not a bank teller. She was the contract. Ooh, that hits. That hits pretty hard too. Yeah. So great decoding. Also, is it a coincidence? Dolly Parton equals 152 in simple gematria. 15 plus 2 equals 17. Q. And some of the results in Gematria are Dolly Parton equals 52, and so on and so forth. V for vendetta, black swan event, financial collapse, mass arrests, back to God's laws, save the world, it's time to go. So, yeah. So there was a few interesting key pieces in that. And I really wanted to share that with you guys because I thought that that was kind of a really good way to get us started today, because of all the questions that we have surrounding this woman. And I have not seen any of your comments, guys. I have not even been able to look over at this screen. So if I missed anything that anybody else added, I apologize. I'm just trying to get through this information and get you what information I can, and give you directions to look for more compelling information in regards to what you're trying to find. Yeah. See, I don't even know why you guys are talking Jasara in chat, because I told you guys it's, if it happens, that's great. But am I going to put a whole bunch of belief in that? Absolutely not. I'm not going to waste my time with it. Okay. Because there are just too many grifters out there doing exactly that. It's, buy this, buy that, do this, do that. It's just too much bullshit. Way too much bullshit. All right. Former U.S. government employee pleaded guilty yesterday, says the U.S. Department of Justice, to attempting to provide classified information to a foreign government. U.S. government employees entrusted with our nation's secrets must always protect our nation's security, not cavalierly toss aside this responsibility out of disagreement, selfishness, or greed. Faces serious consequences for violating this position of trust. This case shows that if you unlawfully disclose national defense information, we will find you and hold you accountable to the fullest extent of the laws allowed. Yeah. And then President Trump put out this: I would never interfere with Canadians speaking French. In fact, I have never even thought of doing such a stupid thing. This lie was made up by a weak and ineffective prime minister in an attempt to gain political support, which he has totally lost from the people of Quebec. I love French Canadians. President Donald J. Trump. Right? Okay. And this is where I jump over to here and get back to our reading. And here we go.
Why would Canada sign a deal without even any guarantees that you would continue to respect the deal, given that you haven't respected CUSMA?
So which deal is that we haven't respected that we've signed over the past year? Like, I'm just not familiar with that. I mean, we have made
you've added tariffs.
a dozen deals.
You've added tariffs. I'm talking about Canada. You've added tariffs, right, above and beyond the free trade agreement, and that sort of contradicts what a free trade agreement is, of course.
So we have USMCA. And we built into it a 6-year review because in our view, you can't just sign an agreement and never revisit it. If you have it eternally, like if I'm a business person, which we try to be in the American government, we try to think about what's good for workers, what's good for companies. You don't have an agreement that just goes on forever without ever being revisited. We have not renewed USMCA. USMCA includes specific exclusions for national security measures. And so steel, aluminum, autos, these are all national security measures for us. That fall within the exclusions within USMCA. So we're doing what's right for the United States. We've offered to bring Canada along. Wasn't good enough for them, and so we are where we are.
Yeah, give me a second. Give me a second. Oh, that's right. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. I was debating on whether I was going to pull out something for dinner or not. And then I remembered that I'm cooking wings tonight, and they go in frozen, so I don't have to pull them out to thaw. All right. This woman says a man took over her iPhone camera while she was falling asleep. Here we go.
This woman just shared a terrifying incident involving her iPhone, and people can't believe this has happened to more than one woman.
Trigger warning PSA. I want to make this video because this happened to me, and I've seen 2 other TikToks of 2 girls this happened to. So last night, every night I usually watch YouTube videos before I go to sleep. I listen to like the healing frequencies, or I'll listen to like sound baths or something like that before I go to sleep. So I was laying there watching my YouTube video, and I had actually dozed off, and I twitched and woke myself up. I was halfway awake, and I was like, oh, I need to probably go to sleep. So I was like, I need to turn it off and then go put my phone on charge. My phone was laying next to my head. I'm laying down, right? So I'm laying there for like a few more minutes, and all of a sudden the video is still playing, and I can hear, it's like someone took over my, like, I suddenly heard a microphone, like someone hacked into my phone. And I hear like typing, like clicking and poking, like someone's like typing, and I hear breathing, and I hear a man. And I'm looking at my phone and I'm watching it, and like the green light that shows that your camera's being used is on. I was on YouTube, mind you. The video is still playing. It's not an advertisement. And this man, who I'm assuming was not English, said 2 words. Like he said like something, and then he said something else. And I immediately, like, the hair stands up on the back of my neck. I'm terrified. And I think back to the girl who was saying that the same thing happened to her. She was watching YouTube, except she could see the man. Like the man was on her screen and she could see him. And then this morning, my friend sent me a video after I told them what happened she found the video, and another woman said that happened to her. She was watching YouTube as well. So I couldn't see this person. I don't know if it was because my phone was lit up and I was actually like on, in the YouTube app on the screen. The other 2 women said that their phones were dim, like their screens were locked. So like they could see the man. And the woman was saying like, people are hacking into your cameras to like watch you sleep and to like get you to enter your password so they can hack into your account. Well, the video I just watched, this woman's like, he had full access of her phone. Like she was watching him as he was doing this. And so I'm sitting there watching this happen and nothing else. Like I immediately like sat there, paused the video, like was looking, like I didn't touch it. I was like sitting away from my phone, look at it, and I'm watching it, like seeing if anything changed. He was not like getting out of the app, obviously, because that would like, alert me that something else was going on. I like pause the video, I start the video again, and I'm making sure like it wasn't an advertisement, it was nothing. So PSA, that is true and that is happening. Get camera covers, be wary at night. Like this has happened to women at night. This was happening to me at night. This happened at like 10 o'clock at night. And it is very real. People were saying, like I was like Googling and like researching, and people were saying like it's very hard, it's very rare, it's very hard to happen. Like it's not likely that will happen because of ISO and like iPhone security, but I'm telling you, it did happen to me. So PSA, terrifying. Oh my gosh. If anyone has tips and tricks and stuff and like additional security parameters that that you can set up on iPhone, please let me know. But ladies, get a camera cover for your iPhone at night. Be wary and be mindful.
Yep. Really simple. Really simple. And then we got this.
How much more can CMS recover for the American taxpayer?
Lots more. We estimate more than $100 billion is lost to fraud, waste, and abuse. But let me put it in the context of corruption, because that's what the real issue is. They're not just stealing our money. They're stealing our health. They're stealing people's lives, and they're stealing the American people's trust. We created these programs in a high trust environment 60 years ago. When people stop trusting the system, they start taking advantage of the system. And Americans and taxpayers in particular stop wanting to fund these programs. We're great people. We will always take care of folks who are vulnerable. But we got to do it the right way. And this nation is going to do it by making sure we don't waste money by paying it to multinational criminal organizations or small-time hoodlums who learned during the COVID pandemic that they could take advantage of the federal government. And that's what we're battling right now. So in Medicare, we've already stopped $42 billion from leaving the building. And that's the best way to stop fraud. Never leaves the building here in Washington. The $2 trillion that my agency, CMS, Medicare, Medicaid, pays out cover 170 million Americans. It's well-spent money. If you keep the American people healthy, they produce, they value their lives. It's the right thing to do. We just talked about 2 great examples with cancer drugs, but you got to spend the money for the right reasons. And when fraud, unfortunately, steals the trust we have in the system, the whole system begins to get corrupt and implode. implodes. And I want to point something out. Part of the problem is we don't have all arms of government working together normally. Now that's changed. The president created a task force. The vice president leads it. The anti-fraud task force from the White House has been incredibly effective at bringing together all arms of government. So I can call Scott Besson and say, hey, Scott, we need to look at forensic accounting for where this money is getting hidden by these criminal organizations. Or I can call the DOJ to Todd Blanche and say, you got to take these groups on seriously. They're taking advantage of the system. I don't have the authority to take them out. But we also need states to play. And this is a very important message. For some governors, fraud is not a flaw in the system. It's a perk. It's a benefit. Why? Because they can actually take those federal dollars and pay people to do things that aren't that important. A good example is personal care services. The number one job in New York, where you are right now, the number one job is not retail. It's not selling stocks. It's carrying groceries upstairs for your relatives. Those personal care service jobs are now numbering in the hundreds of thousands, about 500,000 people doing that job. And here's the bigger concern I have. Unions are getting involved. And when these individuals are being paid money for doing jobs that maybe they weren't supposed to actually be authorized to do, and then the unions get involved, take union dues directly from the federal government, they use that for political patronage. We cannot tolerate that in America.
Yep. So things like DoorDash, Instacart, Grubhub, all of that, they're trying to sink their teeth into that and basically increase the funding going to these organizations under the guise of being protected under some type of a union, and when unions get involved, there's just more and more theft, and it just continues and continues and continues. A never-ending cycle. All right. Script Keeper elect says the No Lights Act in New York. News 10 says. Here we go.
New York, y'all hear this silly shit they talking about? Talking about we can't be outside past 11 to 5. First of all, who would even entertain a bill like that? A no light act? We from New York City, the home of the bright lights. They talking about we can't be outside from 11 to 5 a.m. We can't enjoy ourselves in the club life or none of that partying on our decks, our porch, chilling. You put the lights up and all that. They talking about we can't be outside. They trying to do a no lights act. What the fuck is a no lights act? Energy saved my ass. New York ain't going for that. It's going to be some crazy shit happening. Y'all try some shit like that, man. Yo, this shit crazy. You heard this shit, though? A no light act? New York is outside. The city of the bright lights, man, where we never sleep. Don't come with no shit like that. It's going to be problems, man. New York, y'all hear this silly shit they talk?
Yeah, it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be cripper. There is legislation under consideration, Assembly Bill 04615, and there is a direct link here to it. All right. And it is basically the light pollution control. Light pollution control. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Let's get back to here.
How much more can CMS recover for the?
And then it says called the Dark Skies Protection Act. According to the bill, it's intended to protect wildlife, conserve energy, reduce carbon footprints, and preserve views of the night sky. It's just about trying to limit the light pollution that we're all experiencing, said Assembly Member Deborah Glick from Manhattan. Is the sponsor of the legislation. This started with people complaining about not being able to see the night sky. Glick said, but the bill just requires shielding light and having it directed downward. No conforming light fixtures would have to be shut off from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. unless they are motion activated. The bill lists lots of exceptions, including lighting for highways, airports, and emergency services and worker safety. There are sporting events or concerts, Glick said. So until those are completed. While they're in progress, nobody is saying you have to shut the lights off at 11 o'clock when you're still engaged in the activity. Certain landmarks like Times Square could also apply for a special exemption. Holiday decorations would also be exempt. News 10 NBC reporter Brett Davidson asked how the bill would be enforced and what the penalties would be. Yeah, just crazy. All right, this is beyond disturbing, says the disrespected trucker. LJ Priest put this up content morning. This is very upsetting video to watch, so proceed with caution. And the footage is no longer rare. Profoundly ill women are putting their children's harm on camera as a public spectacle. Yeah. So, and then Brenda Suttis put this out. County clerk says the Oregon State Secretary of State made him register dead voters. One of them voted in 2022, 14 years after dying, working again with Samantha Frost and Richard. Here we go.
We have proof that someone is stealing identities and voting for people. The reason why I'm asking you is because it all comes back to being registered by you. And so I'm really wondering, like, why is this happening? How were 397 people registered on one day? You know, there's a lot of stuff that just isn't, there's just a lot of stuff that isn't adding up on here. You know, I have shown you this dead person. So now that I've shown you this, what are your plans on fixing this? Because, I mean, we just started digging and we already found one person.
I would be able to look and find whether I can find documentation to prove that that person is deceased.
Well, I have documentation right here. So this is all documents from the Secretary of the State. The date of death was in 2008. And I have this right here of the information. See, she was deceased in 2008. She died, so it's been 16 years. And then on this page right here, you could see that her votes were not cast. And then all of a sudden in 2022, it was. But this is after you registered all these people, you know?
We're talking about one person, not all of these people.
Yeah, but I mean, we just started digging. So are we going to find that? I mean, we've already found over 100 registered voters that have been registered that are deceased. You know,
So-
we found their grave sites.
Have you reported that to me before?
No, but we have had people come to you about this before.
So all the ones that people have brought to me, I've investigated. No, not investigated. I've checked because the county and the cities are not authorized to investigate complaints. Only the Secretary of State's office is where complaints can be filed. But you're welcome to present evidence to me, and I will look into a person's voter registration and make sure that they're still eligible.
But, you know, we have had people come talk to you about multiple things before, which, you know.
Now you say we with your organization?
No, I just have a group of friends that care about our community and we want things to be right. I truly hope you, as the county clerk, fixes this because this is a huge deal. I mean, you've shown me proof of one deceased person that has voted.
It's still in your hand, though. You haven't given it to me.
Yes, yeah. I'm going to give it to you. Well, thank you. Thank you for the interview, and I really appreciate it, and I hope that I see changes around here.
Yep. So that's right here in Oregon. Yeah. It's, cover it up. Oh, the city can't investigate it, or the county can't investigate it. Bullshit. All right. Ohio principal lost his job after refusing to abandon a homeless 16-year-old kid who was sleeping in a car.
After 31 years in education, one decision cost Rob Burnside the job he loved the most.
I was told that the district did not believe that I could go back into the building and be an effective leader, and I was given the option of stepping down or going through the process of being terminated.
His offense? He let a homeless teenager stay in school despite his unenrollment. To understand why, you have to go back years earlier to a hallway and a principal who wore goofy pants on Friday just to get the kids to talk to him.
First time I met him, that's when I seen him in the hallway, and I was like, "What's up, Mr. Burnside?" he just dropped everything, smiled at me, and he was like, "What's up, Day?"
That was Rob, principal of Lakota East High School in Ohio. Lendarius Hayes, also known as Dee Dee, was just another kid who said hi in the hallway. Where were your parents?
So my mom, I couldn't live with her because it wasn't really safe to live with her. My dad, he had some issues going on because sometimes it'd be cold in the mobile home, so I'd just be sleeping in the car with the heat on.
During Dee Dee's junior year in high school, that private struggle became public. A letter arrived saying that Dee Dee's mom had a new address, and because it was outside of the district, he had to withdraw from that school. Now, most principals would have processed the paperwork and moved on, but Rob started asking questions instead, and he says the district's answer was no.
He can't be here. He doesn't have a parent who has an address. Parent resides elsewhere. He needs to go where the parent is.
So Rob went home and told his wife, Angel.
The first words out of her mouth, well, he come stay with us if he needs to.
It wasn't the first time. Rob and Angel had already adopted 2 children. And with Dee Dee's mother's blessing, they made the offer.
We said, God, if this is your will for this young man to be in our home, make it clear. And like 5 minutes later, my phone buzzes and I look at it and it's a message from him. Hey, Mr. Burnside. And I grab it and I look at my wife and say, I think we just got our answer. And he's been in our house since then.
Dee Dee had a home, but he'd been withdrawn from the school. Rob let him keep going anyway, and it cost him his job.
Then I was given a letter putting me on leave. I made the decision that was better for my family.
I was telling him, like, I could just go down there to my mom's house. I don't want you to lose your job. Like, them kids need you. And what the words that came out of his mouth, no, you're gonna stay with me.
Remember my exact words, no, Dee Dee, you're part of this family. We're not gonna turn our back on you. And we hugged.
The Burnsides became Dee Dee's legal guardians.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day with me.
Feeling safe now meant looking back at how unsafe he once was. How do you feel when you talk about that?
When I think about it now, it's like, I don't know how I'm here. I just don't know. At first, I was in a cold car, barely eating, barely getting to school, just trying to be a good person. And now it's just, I'm eating now, I'm in the house, being a kid. Now, then every time when I think about it, it's just, wow, how did I do it?
For Rob, the price is still being paid. No one will hire him as a principal in the area. If you had to do it again, would you do the same thing?
Yes.
And no regrets?
No. Because what value can you put on the life of a young person?
Dee Dee's goal now is to become an aviation mechanic, and he's working towards it while he waits. This past May, Dee Dee walked across the stage and graduated from a different high school. And in the stands watching him do it were the people he now calls Pops and Ma, Rob and Angel. His guardians, but really his guardian angels.
Yeah, what a story, huh? What a story. Yep. And I wanted to share that with you because a lot of good things are going on and have been going on. Just we never see them. We just see all the clutter, the mess, the bullshit. And it's not easy. It's not easy. It's really not. No matter how hard we try, sometimes the good is so hidden that we go into a mode of despair. So singing songs about faith and belief This is a man who believed that he could provide something for somebody that was less fortunate, and he followed through on it and just kept going. Absolutely kept going. I need a couple of minutes. I need to go out. I need to check on the girls in the kennel real quick. So I'm going to give you a safety meeting, and I will be back with you guys in just a few moments.
What's right now? What's right now? You walk in the room with a smile on your face, but your mind's racing all over the place. Got 1,000 things running through your head, and you know you ought to slow it down instead. Well, don't just grab the first jar you see. There's a little bit of science to the THC. Take a minute, breathe, don't rush somehow. Ask yourself what's right now. Do you need to chill? Do you need some sleep? Do you need a relief that's nice and deep? Do you need a snack? Do you need a grin? Let's figure out where to begin. What's right now? What's your body say? Hey. Are you winding down at the end of the day? Hey. Northern Lights if you're ready for bed. Bubba Kush if your battery's dead. Dos when the aches hang around. Blue cheese if you're still moving around. Hey. Everybody's different somehow. So what's right now? Northern Light says turn down the speed. Let your busy little brain be free. Tie an Afghani on a sleepy ride, like a warm blanket by your side. Then Bubba Kush walks through the door, says, buddy, you ain't working anymore. It's the melt into the couch parade. Cancel your chores that you already made. Need some comfort, need some peace. Need those busy thoughts to cease. Don't overthink, don't wear a frown. Listen when your body's talking now. What's right now? What's your body say? Hey. Are you winding down at the end of the day? Northern Lights if you're ready for bed. Bubba Kush if your battery's dead. Dos when the aches hang around. Blue cheese if you're still moving around. Hey, everybody's different somehow. So what's right now? Dos says I got your back when your muscles start to crack. Blue cheese says grab a little bite, but still keep dancing through the night. Slow reaction, dry mouth too. Keep some water close to you if your heart starts racing fast. Take it easy, let it pass. Everybody's chemistry works a little differently. What's right now? Listen to yourself. Not every jar belongs on everybody's shelf. Some are sleepy, some are light, some are daytime, some are night. Take it slow and you'll find out how to choose what's right now. Oh, what's right now? Hey, everybody's different somehow. So what's right now? Hey, hey, ask your body what's right now. Hey.
All right, and I am back with you. All right, let's go ahead. Let's get back into it. Sorry, I had to check on them because they've been cooped up in the kennel. I got them running in the big pen now, and going that way. So, Gateway Pundit put this out. President Trump's executive order will help prevent truckloads of illegitimate ballots included in results. Let me see. Do I have it? Did I pull that up? Nope, that's not it. Okay, so I got to go here. So this is an article out by Joe Huft. President Trump's, I already read that part. Americans want free and fair elections. Criminals and communists want the opposite. President Trump's executive order on ballots will address this. There is more than enough evidence that the 2020 election was stolen. In every election process, the results could not be legitimately certified. See Steele, the Steele, Volume 2, The Impossible Occurs. The big reason for the steal was that they had no idea where the ballots in the election came from or who they came from. A big reason for this was the enormous number of mail-in ballots inserted into the election. Mail-in ballots for the 6 POTUS elections, 2004 were 15 million, 2008, 23 million, 2012, 27 million, 2016, 33 million, 2020, 70 million. And then in 2024, 49 million. This can never be allowed to happen again. Mail-in ballots for the 6, all right. So we saw how ballots were entered into the election in 2020. We learned after the election that a USPS contract driver reported driving a tractor trailer full of ballots from New York to Pennsylvania. Jesse Morgan was a hero for coming forward. Nothing ever happened. The FBI came after Jesse rather than those who inserted the ballots into the election. And this is the young man.
So, in total, I saw 24 gaylords, or large cardboard containers of ballots loaded into my trailer. These gaylords contain plastic trays. I call them totes, but trays will work, of ballots stacked on top of each other. All the envelopes were the same size. I could see the envelopes had handwritten return addresses, and I could even tell that one was marked registered mail. That one was off to the side. All right. They were complete ballots. I didn't think much of it at the time. At Bethpage, I was first loaded with 2 tall gaylords. So picture that thing there, or this little representation here, but this tall. All right. So I was loaded with 2 tall gaylords, okay? And that were, where was I at? That had mixed mail pieces bound for Lancaster. These gaylords were loaded first because they would be the last off my trailer. The remainder of the truck was loaded with complete ballots bounded for Harrisburg. I then drove to Harrisburg with the ballots. Usually I offload in one of the 7 docks every day, but not on October 21st. I wasn't allowed to offload. That's different. Whenever I pull into Harrisburg, I go around and I get my dock and I get unloaded and then I roll out. Not that day, all right? Not that day. Instead, I was made to wait for roughly 6 hours in the yard, from 9:15 a.m. to 3 p.m. This really ticked me off, all right? Because my brother was in town. He just moved back up. And I wanted to spend some time with him. I tried to get the attention of postal workers, but no one would tell me what's going on. All of this was weird. I arrived at about the same time every day. The expediter scans all my seals and barcodes, and they unload me. But for the first time, but from the time I first arrived in Harrisburg from Bethpage, everything got weird. None of that happened. After waiting 6 hours, I went inside to figure out what's going on. I was told to wait for the transportation supervisor. This was also weird. 16 months I've been doing this. I haven't ever talked to the transportation supervisor for United States Postal Service. I talk to an expediter. I come in, I see an expediter. That's who I deal with. If I have an issue, it's the expediter. I don't deal with anyone else but the expediter. I never talk to the United States Postal Service's transportation supervisor. Let's make that clear. I have my own transportation supervisor for the company that I work for. He's the one that gives me the details. He's the one that I listen to. I don't listen to this guy. He's the guy that would contact my boss if he needed something ran different. I've never spoken with this transportation supervisor from the United States Postal Service. They don't speak to people like me. He's a top guy. He's the kind of guy that would speak to my boss, not a trucker like me. The supervisor told me to drive to Lancaster without being unloaded in Harrisburg. This made no sense to me. I knew the ballots were loaded for Harrisburg, and that if I was to go to Lancaster, they would have to off-unload my ballot or those pallets in Lancaster to take off Lancaster stuff, to put the ballots back on the trailer, to send them back to Harrisburg. Doesn't make no sense. This was a real screw up in my thinking. I wanted my ticket. So whenever I go to a place, when I go there and whenever I'll leave, I'll get a ticket. I'll get a ticket, a slip, whatever you want to call it. It's the date, time that I'm supposed to be there. It'll have my trailer number on it. It'll have how much I'm loaded. It'll have the seal number. It has my name. It'll have who was the expediter. So I wanted my ticket, my slip. I call them tickets. Some people call them slips. Okay. And then because I was there for 6 hours, I wanted my late slip too, because I wanted to be paid for sitting in that yard for 6 hours. So I wanted the ticket and the late slip for stopping in at Harrisburg. Also, I wanted it because if they tell me to take this load to Lancaster, I don't want to pull up the Lancaster of Harrisburg crap and be like, yeah, they just told me to come here and not have no ticket, because they don't look like I just came straight here, you know. Just to prove that I was there. And so others would know I wasn't the person that screwed this up. A ticket is always provided to a driver when they arrive at a United States Postal Service facility. It proves you were there. The transportation supervisor refused to give me a ticket and told me to leave. I then demanded he give me a late slip, since I wanted to get paid for the time I was sitting there and waiting for them to offload me. He refused to give me that too. He was kind of rude and wouldn't explain anything to me. He just told me to go to Lancaster. I then drove to Lancaster, unhooked my trailer in its normal place, and then drove my truck to where I always park it in a nearby lot. And then I went home. The next day, it just got weirder. As I arrived at Lancaster's United States Postal Service facility with my tractor, I went to hook up to my trailer. And my trailer was gone. Not there no more. 10R 1440. Since I started driving that Bethpage route, I've always had trailer 10R 1440. I like that trailer. It was a nice trailer. I know you guys probably don't really know nothing about truck driving or trailers or anything, but the rear tandems had if you're driving light, the rear tandems the front axle will actually go up. Nice air ride. The doors on it worked great. Some of the trailers that place has, you could honestly put it on the back of a carrier and drop it off in the middle of the ocean and no one would worry about it. So that trailer I really liked, okay? What happened on October 21st was a series of unusual events that cannot be a coincidence. I know I saw ballots with return addresses filled out, thousands of them, thousands. Loaded onto my trailer in New York and headed for Pennsylvania. At first, I didn't think it was a big deal. In fact, I thought it was really awesome. I really did. I was like, sweet, I'm doing something for the presidential race. You know, this is cool. But as things became weirder, I got to thinking and wondered why I was driving complete ballots from New York to Pennsylvania. I didn't know why, so I decided to speak up. And that's what I'm doing today. Thank you.
So that's his entire statement. And I didn't want to cut him off at all because of the importance of that. Okay. After the 2020 election, Lieutenant Colonel Tony Shaffer retired, a New York Times bestselling author and CIA trained intelligence operation officer with 35 years of experience in global and national security, was one of many Americans who offered to help investigate the results of 2020 election. Shaffer was in Pennsylvania after the election when a tip came in from Jesse Morgan, who drove a route for the U.S. Postal Service. Jesse Morgan came out after the election and claimed that he picked up a load of ballots in envelopes in October of 2020 and delivered this trailer load from New York to Pennsylvania. After many corrupt acts in the 2020 election were identified in the conservative media, Morgan decided to share his story. Shaffer was there to listen and vet Morgan and his story. All right. And then after a period of time and much research and validation of Morgan and his story, Shaffer was convinced that Morgan was telling the truth and that a very suspicious truckload of completed ballots was delivered from New York to Pennsylvania before the election. Shaffer called his old friend and former U.S. Attorney General under President Reagan, Ed Meese, I believe it's Meese, with the story. Meese contacted AG Bill Barr and filled him in on what Shaffer had shared with him. Within 10 minutes, Shaffer received a call from Barr. Shaffer later described his conversation on air with Joe Hoft. Not 10 minutes go by, Joe, and all of a sudden I get a call from a 202 number. Hey, Tony, this is Bill Barr. What's going on? And I go through and explain what we just talked about. And he says, you need to stop. You are interfering with my investigation. What? Where is Mr. Morgan now? And I told him we had him in a safe house. You will stop now. You will turn him over to us immediately. You are now interfering in an FBI investigation. I said, and I explained to him that with all due respect, the FBI is not the organization to be investigating this based on all the problems. No, you're the ones that are working this. You have no authority to continue doing anything that you are doing. And basically for the next 20 minutes, he yelled at me on the phone. Shaffer went on to say that he wanted to give Morgan whistleblower status, but Barr wouldn't have it. For his courage in coming out with his story, Morgan was attacked by the FBI at his house and accused of making the whole thing up. The FBI even asked him who was paying him to make up the story. Despite piles of affidavits across the country and numerous criminal or suspicious acts seemingly everywhere, AG Bill Barr assured Americans that there wasn't widespread voter fraud in the 2020 election. He repeated this claim multiple times after the election, but did he really look? Bill Barr, you're a fucking traitor. That's what I'm going to tell you. You're a fucking traitor. Yeah. A former Trump advisor, Jeffrey Clark, the director of litigation at the Center for Renewing America, joined Steve Bannon on his war room in September of 2022. Nearly 2 years after the 2020 election, Clark told Bannon that the Center for Renewing America sent out FOIA requests to 12 U.S. attorney districts associated in the 2020 battleground states. Clark told Steve Bannon that the FOIA request came back from every district but one with no documents. No investigations were carried out. At that point in time, only one of the 12 different districts had not yet replied, and that's the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. The U.S. Attorney of the Eastern District asked to investigate issues in his district, but Bill Barr famously denied the request. Where the PA ballots out of Bethpage eventually landed is unknown to this day. Information related to this incident is still being blocked as well. Next, this in 2024, the USPS reportedly changed its delivery method on absentee mail-in ballots. This change provides for ballot laundering. See the below tweet from late October 2024. Bombshell. The United States Postal Service recently changed the delivery method of absentee mail-in ballots. They are hiding the evidence of absentee mail-in ballot fraud by not allowing the evidence to be created in the first place. Here's how and what changed. You can't get the absentee mail-in vote ballot images from the USPS because they're not sending them to the central sorting facilities. Normally, when you mail a letter to someone or a bill goes out, it goes to your local post office. Then it gets to a central sorting facility. Wisconsin, for example, has 6: Madison, Milwaukee, Oak Creek, Green Bay, North Illinois, and Eagan, Minnesota, that sorts and handles all mail. Even if mailed to your neighbor one house over, that is how the system works. Obama did this in 2011 and 2012, consolidating the USPS to have less total facilities. Then the USPS began consolidating its central sorting facilities in August of 2022 and continued through February of 2023. The consolidation plans included moving delivery operations from over 200 spoke offices to 21 regional sort and delivery centers. And I was actually affected by that. If you guys remember correctly, last year or earlier this year, I had something sent to me from Alabama that took almost 20 something days to get to me. And it was getting tossed back and forth between because there was no longer a sorting center in the area that once was, and it's still affecting how the mail flows, at this point. So, basically what it all boils down to, the new laws are going to stop this kind of shit from happening. And at the same time is going to be putting the USPS under mandates from, through executive order, basically creating a state of emergency where it comes to the post office, especially where it comes to surrounding our ballots. All right. Wall Street Babe says former progressive activist Sabrina Joy Stevens says that the political violence from the left will keep escalating. Oh boy, here we go.
As somebody who lives like in a blue state, like this is not over. Like this is not ended. What's now I think is more problematic is that the people who are still bought into it are like really bought into it to the point where that's why we're seeing this surge in political violence, which is very one-sided, right? We're seeing people who are taking that messaging seriously. When I saw the disconnect between the rhetoric and what we were doing, that caused me to question the rhetoric. I mean, there's a lot of people who have not questioned that rhetoric. They're very bought into this ideology, and it does not occur to them that they could just be wrong because they're surrounded by people. At this point, if you purity purge everybody who is not a total 100% aligned believer in this ideology, if you purge those people, if you encourage people to cut off their family members who voted differently from them, you encourage people to isolate themselves, plus you're in a digital environment where your algorithm is going to just keep feeding you more of what you respond to. You've got now a person whose mindset is really hardened. That rhetoric is still very powerful. Now there are people like, well, if that's true, then I'm going to go bomb a Tesla, or I'm going to go
Throw a
and
Molotov
shoot.
cocktail at Sam Altman, whatever it is.
Exactly. I'm going to go set an ice station on fire. There are
Or
people,
kill Charlie Kirk.
or kill Charlie. There are people now who are just taking that rhetoric to its logical conclusion. And so that's the thing we have to deal with now. When people have a very oversimplified understanding of the world, they're going to take oversimplified action to deal with it. And unfortunately, the simplest thing you can do to stop a problem is to stop the person who represents it.
In the video, one thing that jumped out is saying that the majority of the political violence is being committed by the left and not the right. Now, we all know that to be true, but I just wanted to see the data on this because I know the data is super skewed, and this is what it is. So right here, it says that for political violence, about 87% comes from Islam, then 11% comes from right wing, and then only 2% is from the left. Now, isn't that interesting? Well, let's just skip that for now and look at in America. So in America, it says that right here, about left wing does about 22%, and the right wing does 54%, Islam does 21%. So we're actually saying that Islam is below the left and Islam is below the right, and the right is the highest. Now, isn't that interesting? Now, how would that possibly be the case? How would the Republican side be 54 and the left be 22 when all we see is left-wing violence? Well, there's an answer for that, and I have it right here. If you want to see how the data is skewed, there is no better video than this.
Did you know that according to the Anti-Defamation League, any political violence committed against the government is automatically labeled as right-wing? Like, I'm sure you've all been hearing the narrative that most of the political violence in this country is right-wing, but all of the creators coming to that conclusion are getting that from a single study by the Anti-Defamation League. And since we're going to base it all on one single study from one single organization, I think it's important to evaluate how they classify what's right-wing and left-wing violence. Now, the way the ADL does it is they actually have three categories of what they consider right-wing political violence, and they have one category of left-wing. Now, in the left wing, they include things like environmental violence, like spiking trees or like pushing a construction equipment into a ditch, cutting the chains on a logging operation. But as far as right wing goes, any political violence whatsoever committed against the government is automatically labeled right wing. Like Chaz, right wing. Summer of Love protests to destroy all kinds of shit and destroyed federal buildings, right wing. All of that violence you saw in the street, all of the protest, all of the riot, according to the Anti-Defamation League, that was right-wing political violence. Doesn't matter if a Republican was president, doesn't matter if a Democrat, doesn't matter if it was a liberal or conservative. No matter what happens, if it's against the government, the ADL classifies it as right-wing. So when they say that most political violence in this country is committed by the right wing, please know that they're including everything Antifa, BLM, all of those organizations did as right wing. So when they claim that most of the political violence is right wing, just know they're full of shit.
Yep. I don't really listen to older millennial anymore. I've learned too many things and stuff, but he's accurate in his statement there, and Wall Street Babes wouldn't point us in a direction that would be negative in regards to. So this is the Democrat nominee for U.S. Senate in Oklahoma. Seems totally normal and stable. Yeah.
Mark Wayne Mullen is a terrible senator. Do not vote for him. He is a Christian nationalist, a mediocre white man.
And this is what she posted herself. Yep. All right. And then President Trump.
And finally, I guess the purpose of this more than anything else is we're going to be changing the name of Lake Ontario, effective immediately, to Lake America. That's going to take place right now as I sign the order. Do you have anything to say about it, Ben?
Yes, sir. So this is a straightforward but important executive order. It directs Secretary Burgum and the Department of the Interior to update the Geographic Names Information Service to reflect that the lake once known as Lake Ontario will, from this day forward, be known as Lake America. This is a lake that has most of its volume in the United States. The deepest parts of the lake sit in United States territory. So this will reflect that this is an American lake.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. And moving on. Here we go. Nope, we're not done yet.
Okay. Thank you very much. And we filed all the necessary papers, documents, everything else. We notified all of the various people that we have to notify. So we've done everything that you have to do. And this is official, effective immediately.
Yeah. Immediately. So it is now Lake America. No longer Lake Ontario. There you go. You want to screw with our trade? Well, we're just going to start taking shit back. Wait till you see the toll that'll end up going up on that bridge on the coming from Canada side. Yeah, that's going to be interesting because I have a feeling that that's going to be next. You know, 400% tariffs to all our farmers and no fucking tariffs for theirs. Fuck you. That's what I say. Fuck you. You deserve every bit of it. Not the people running things. Yeah. All right. And we know did this one. Here we go.
I think it's time we deport both of them and arrest Obama, the traitor. Now, the Egyptian sentenced to life for funding Muslim Brotherhood, giving money to Abdul El Sayed's U.S. Senate campaign. Guess what? You've probably heard about El Sayed's Muslim Brotherhood connections, but have you heard about the Obama connections? Mohammed Sultan is directly connected to the Muslim Brotherhood. Mohammed Sultan faced charges for aiding protests against the military coup that ousted Morsi, including funding for a membership in the Muslim Brotherhood before launching a hunger strike that convinced former President Obama's administration to demand his release in 2015. He was released in May 2015 at Obama's request and returned to the U.S., where he works as an international investment advisor and human rights activist. He should be spending life in prison in Egypt, but thanks to Obama, he's living in America and funding Muslim Brotherhood candidates. I think it's time we deport both of them and arrest Obama, the traitor. Also, do you guys know that Virginia's first Muslim lieutenant governor, Ghazala Hashmi, was sworn into office on the Quran? Terrifying sight. Wake up, America. Islam is not interested in assimilating. It's interested in conquering you, including the liberals.
Yep. And they don't get it. They don't get it at all. They don't understand that they're, that the things that they're saying that we're trying to take away are things that are absolutely, if the Muslims have control, are going to get taken away, including your lives. They will throw you off a roof and not think twice about it, because that's what they do. They'll stone you to death because that's what they'll do. They'll cover your women from head to toe because that's what they do. They'll subject your women and your children to behavior that's basically atrocity level, because that's what they'll do. They'll kill Americans, especially if you're Christian, because that's what they do. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. I'm only stating facts. Seen it in too many countries over too many years. And when you know, you know. And we know, right? Yeah. Holy shit. NBC headline just reported that an infant was one of the 2 people that reportedly died from measles this week. Inside the article, the infant that died tested positive for the measles. What was completely left out, Lancaster County Coroner Dr. Stephen Diamantoni said Tuesday that no measles deaths were handled by our office, though the office was investigating the death of an infant who tested positive for measles and died because of a ruptured spleen that had absolutely nothing to do with the frickin' measles. Just saying. Just saying. Yeah, it's because they want people to get out there and vaccinate them kids. That's what it all boils down to. It all boils down to what they can stick into your child. Newsmax says, well, I'm just going to let him tell you.
The details are so awful, it's difficult to even comprehend. The horror that this one woman inflicted, but we have to go through it because nobody else is. We have to go through it in all the detail because there are thousands of psychotic, mostly white liberal women in this country who are supporting Lindsay Clancy, who love Lindsay Clancy, including doctors like this woman.
Hi, Lindsay. I'm Dr. Sterling. I don't even know if you're allowed to watch videos like this, if someone can show it to you. I don't know. But I want you to know that I believe you. From my perspective as an OBGYN, I believe that you were over-functioning throughout your entire postpartum period. I am blown away by how hard you were working to get better, while also working as a mom. You have galvanized us women in a really powerful way.
You have galvanized us women in a really powerful way. Lindsay Clancy once again murdered her 3 children. And this woman, who has a medical license in the state of California, she's got 3 kids herself, by the way, just endorsed Lindsay Clancy's actions. That's just my opinion. But that was an endorsement. When you say you were blown away by how hard she was working as a mother, when you say that, you're not condemning anything. You're condoning it. And it's sick. And you know how hard she's working as a mom. She killed her kids. But to many of these women, that makes her mother of the year. And I don't care what kind of medication she was on. I don't care how her defense attorney is spinning this in court. He's being paid to do that. Blaming it on postpartum psychosis. Okay, please. Or drugs, or depression, or SSRIs, or whatever. She murdered her 3 kids. I don't care how tough it is. She murdered her 3 kids. I don't care what the excuse was. She murdered her 3 kids. Her husband found his kids dead on the basement floor. Their eyes were red from burst blood vessels. I'm sorry to be so graphic. I'm sorry. But someone has to speak for the kids. Somebody has to speak for Cora, Kaylin, and Dawson. Someone has to care about them. And we can certainly have a conversation about Big Pharma and the over-medication of America. Sure, at some point. But Lindsay Clancy murdered her kids, meaning there is nothing to debate. But because of social media and TikTok and COVID lockdowns and groupthink is now the only thing. Lemming syndrome has taken over the left. There are no more wolves, only sheep, and sheep in wolves' clothes. And it's unlike anything we've ever seen before in this country, way beyond Ted Bundy getting married in prison and getting love letters from women, way beyond anything we saw with O.J. Simpson. Remember that? When the verdict was read, thousands, if not millions of people cheered for a man who was later found guilty civilly of murdering his wife and her boyfriend, and thousands reacted like this.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Orenthal James Simpson, not guilty of
There's a difference. With OJ, it was about race. With George Floyd, it was definitely about race. This is about something else, something much deeper. Take a look at this. This was the front row in the courtroom earlier this week. Take a look at that woman in the green with the brown hair. Not only smiling, but did you see her there? She winks for the camera. She's a reporter for Vanity Fair. They let go of her today. She was assigned to cover this case, covering a woman about her same age who murdered her 3 children. Does that woman in the green look like an objective, fair reporter to you? Or does she look like someone who probably sympathizes with all of those women in pink standing outside the courthouse day after day after day, praying for the murderer and not the 3 children that she murdered? Think about that. We saw this with Luigi Mangione, thousands of women supporting a murderer. We saw it with Charlie Kirk, the hate online for somebody that was killed, somebody who was not only a good father, but a good husband as well. And the left hate that more than anything. And we are seeing this now. Again, something that we've never seen before. Thousands of women standing in lockstep with a monster who murdered 3 innocent babies, Cora, Callan, and Dawson.
Information. Truth is.
Yeah, but people are talking about it. And that's, again, yesterday I went off and I told Gene Ho to fuck off because of some comments that he made that people aren't talking about this. Well, the thing is people are talking about this. So I'm going to say the same thing to this guy, Rob Finnerty. Hey, fuck off. We've been talking about it. We have shown it. We've discussed it with our viewers. Our viewers have commented on it. So, it's like you guys think that it has to be some kind of a national press club kind of thing, that they're the only ones who matter when it comes to reporting news. I say fuck off. We've worked too hard over the last 10 years to bring information to people, accuracy, truth, and no bullshit. Okay, that's the biggest thing. No bullshit. When we're joking around, that's one thing. Okay, but when it comes time to talking about the news or talking about situations, we go at it as straightforward as we possibly can. And we still have more to learn. We don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. You don't know nothing. We don't know nothing. I'm just saying. Just saying. Except for John D. He always knows something. But he's been around a long time. So he knows some stuff. He knows stuff. And you know what? He's got links to stuff. So when he's dropping links, you should maybe be paying attention to what he's dropping a link to. And click it and put it off to the side to view when we get done with our show. Yeah. All right. So Liz Collins says, new multiple law enforcement sources say a search warrant was conducted Tuesday night on the apartment where Congressman Ilhan Omar's son lives in Minneapolis. Guns and ammunition were recovered from the scene. In response to our questions about what took place at the apartment, Minneapolis PD confirmed another man who is not the Congresswoman's son was arrested earlier in the day. Abdul Rahman Abdi was booked into the Hennepin County Jail on a weapons charge. An officer conducted a traffic stop in the 200 block of 11th Street South. The driver was cited for driving after cancellation and no proof of insurance and was released at the scene. The vehicle was impounded. During the impound process, a firearm was recovered from the vehicle. Officers later tracked the driver, identified as Abdul Rahman Tuli Abdi, age 22, at an apartment in the 1300 block Marquette Avenue, where he was arrested without incident. He was booked into the county jail on weapons charges. They're continuing the investigation. Yeah. Wait Wait, says Patriot Daddy V 2.0. I was reliably told that Antifa is only funded by mutual aid. You mean that's not true? What happens if we find out that groups funding Antifa are also funding other foreign radicalization networks like Cuba? That could put a whole lot of the Democrat Party's newest point people in real trouble. Clandestine says Antifa network has been mapped and connected to foreign terrorist organizations, opening the door for Insurrection Act. Supreme Court ruling opened the door to Trump's executive order on mail-in ballots. Some stars are quietly aligning here as we approach the midterms, noticing. So, and we'll keep going. And then we got this from True Stormy Joe.
Quick video time. Okay, shout out to Rev DQ and our friend Sky Cheese Gouda helping connect the dots on this one. So Donald Trump back in June 27th posted this picture side by side with him and Obama. Okay, it was a familiar picture to Anons because Anons noticed it from Q4205. Now, when Trump posted it back in June 27th, he added the letter H that wasn't there for Obama, for Barack Hussein Obama. Also, we were taking it as signal for a clean house is very important and to look for things during the break, which we are in. So that's pretty interesting that he's reposting it today. Okay. So he posts the picture of the side by side that's in this queue. But Sky Cheese noticed, he changed his age from 20 to 18. Okay, is that Back to the Future time machine comms? Here's where I'm at with it. I think it's pointing to this. Okay. So he gave us the H, and now he's having us focus on 18. Well, 18 is the letter R is the 18th letter in the alphabet. And Q told us to remember the letter R because that's Renegade. And that's this dude's Secret Service code name. Woo! We'll see you tonight at 6. Absolute Storm. Rock on.
All right. I am bleeding, and I don't know from where. Give me a second. I'll be with you guys in a minute. Wow. Aren't you just friggin'? There's my tweezers. Got stung by a bee and didn't even realize it. Give me a minute, guys. I need to do two things. Get this cleaned up, and I need to hit my EpiPen. Sorry. we're good. We're good. Okay. Yeah, finished. Disrespectful trucker says, I'm not going to stop until you understand the enemy.
In the Jerusalem Talmud, everyone can look it up. 4:11:7. It states unequivocally, the best of the Gentiles shall be killed. Now, according to them, the best that a Gentile could be, whether you're black, whether you're white, whether you're Pashtun, whether you're Arab, no matter what, the best of the Gentiles shall be killed, and the best of us, according to them, is meant to be a slave.
According to the strict law of the Torah, not one Gentile in the world deserves to live.
So even if you're a slave, even if you have abandoned all of your ethnic, all of your cultural, all of your religious traditions, and you adopt their Noahide laws as your own, that's how you become the best Gentile, according to them. And even at that point, when you've committed to absolute servitude to world Jewry, they still think that you should be killed.
And also, it's very important because in the protocols, it says, and I'm paraphrasing, at a point, if Gentiles unite in a universal brotherhood around the concept of a singular creator, that is probably going to be the greatest foe of the tribe.
Yeah. Makes you wonder. Makes you wonder. Yeah. Just saying. Okay, moving on. Moving on. We've been talking about this for 2 years, says Scriptkeeper-elect. Well, I've touched on it, and everyone tries to convince me and others that this is free energy. No fucking way is it free energy. Well, it's free data to snatch your free energy. Here we go.
They're just getting reckless now. Either that or this veil is getting real thin. But either way, we're all over it. Been talking a lot about human experimentation on my page. And even with all the evidence, there's a lot of people that don't think this is still happening. Well, it is. It just did. And we're going to expose it. How many people know this woman here? Stella Lefty. Or her real name, Stella Lefkowski. A country pop singer from New York City that got her start here on social media. And if you don't recognize the face, you probably heard her song.
On a train back to Boston, and we're jumping the gun, and I'm telling you, baby, this is the part I'd run, but I like it when you're nice, like it when you're nice to me.
Such a catchy tune, ain't it? Well, it just got exposed that this humble, seeming to be girl next door was actually a Nepo baby who allegedly not only mimicked another artist's song to make the one you just heard, but turns out her dad is the billionaire businessman Eric Lefkowski and the founder of Groupon. At least that's how the majority of people know him. But we're not here for Groupon. The important detail in this is he's also the founder and CEO of Tempest AI, an AI company that's making precision medicine a reality by gathering your personal data, symptoms, heart rate, things like that, plugging it into the AI and dishing out your meds accordingly. A system that currently about 5,000 different hospitals use in the United States. Oh, and I just want you to keep in mind, Tempest AI is a company people like Nancy Pelosi are a huge fan of. And also who recently got a standing ovation from companies like Moderna for their entire strategy for vaccine distribution.
And who was part of the strategy in regards to Moderna, especially in the state of Tennessee and Kentucky? Miss Dolly Parton.
Which is highly interesting because a few years ago, Eric here decided to take Tempest and get involved with the fight against the vid. So in doing so, Eric developed the home PCR test for the vid. And this is the point where this video takes a turn. See, as soon as the madness of the vid died down and the PCR tests weren't needed anymore, Tempest AI turned into Tempest Labs, and they started to go after cancer and mental health research. That's where he became investment partners with people like Bill Gates, because we know how involved in cancer research he is. But no, the important part here is the fact that Tempest decided to go after mental health, specifically depression, anxiety, and ADHD, which they're doing through neuroscience. And if you've been paying attention for the past couple years, the advancements they've had in that department are pretty insane. And that's where Stella comes back into the picture. See, if you don't know, inside your brain, there's things called neurons. And these are the things that control your sensory perception to the outside world, your motor skills, your emotions, things like that. When your body has emotional responses to things in the real world, like excitement or happy, anything that produces serotonin, new neurons are formed inside your brain. But they just recently came out and told us that people that are depressed are unable to make those new neurons. And when your brain is unable to produce new neurons, it affects things like learning, memory, and emotion. But don't worry. They also came out earlier this year and said that they are able to produce artificial neurons that act just like the living ones inside your brain. And one of the ways they can do that is through a thing called optogenetics, or controlling the brain with light.
Imagine controlling brain cells with the flick of a light switch. That's the revolutionary promise of optogenetics, a groundbreaking technology that lets scientists manipulate neurons using light.
But see, that's not the only way. There's also patents out there to manipulate your mind as well as your nervous system through electric magnetic fields, through monitors. Flickering images on a computer or TV screen pulsated at specific frequencies that can affect your mood, cause dizziness, calmness, unease, and even control your mind and thoughts. You don't even have to be looking at it for it to affect you. So, in closing, next time you hear a catchy tune like
Back to Boston and we're jumping the gun.
and see their videos over and over again, even though it has no business being in your algorithm, you might want to really question where it's coming from. Y'all stay safe.
Yep. And that is Conspiracy Collective. Goes by Chaotic 6033 on X. Yeah.
They're just
all right. Amuse put this out. Election integrity. The Democrats know how easy it is to steal elections without voter ID. So they spent millions teaching other nations how to implement advanced biometric voter ID systems. Meanwhile, here in America, they fight tooth and nail to block similar systems. I wonder why. So Stacey Abrams, takes $181 million to teach her voter ID abroad. Fiscal year 2024, Form 990, $181.4 million in contributions, 99.9% of revenue. Board lists Stacey Abrams and Donna Brazil. Tom Daskley chairs. NDI is the Democrats' NED Institute. Its own election tech guidance covers biometric voter ID, including fingerprints. Yeah. And then we got this.
Governor Abbott has withheld the warrant and held up Castro's extradition for nearly 3 months. The framers of the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, and Congress intended the interstate extradition process to be swift, summary one, in which a state that is harboring a person charged with a crime in another state promptly returns the fugitive as soon as requesting state demands it. The U.S. Supreme Court unanimously upheld this black letter law as recently as 1987. This means the Governor Abbott has a mandatory obligation to issue the governor's rendition warrant for Castro. He has no discretion. I repeat, he has no discretion to decline to do so. None.
Hey, Keith Ellison, what you need to worry about is your extradition to the federal penitentiary for all the fraud that you've facilitated in the state of Minnesota. Never mind everything else that you've done. And we look forward to watching your demise publicly. Yeah, thank you. A QAG News put out former Knoxville police officer indicted, accused of abusing deceased woman's corpse. TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, says Shigeki Nagamoto turned himself in and was booked into the Knox County Jail on a $10,000 bond. A TBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation found that he allegedly exposed and inappropriately touched a deceased woman's body at a death scene in December of 2024. People are freaky. Yeah, and then this happened.
All right, class. Today's question is, what is a woman? Angel? Someone with long hair?
Perfect. I'm a woman.
Yeah, I think so. No, a woman is anyone who identifies as a woman.
I identify as a woman.
It doesn't work like that.
Why?
Wait, so how does it work? It's about how someone identify. So if he says he's a woman, he's not. Why? Ennis.
It's right here.
Oh, hell no.
What?
Cloud, sit down. That shirt is offensive.
Which word?
And this is why we're having this class. I don't get it.
Dr. Clown, PhD, put that one out. Nice. AI is, in fact, getting ridiculous. Yep. So, Julie Donut says President Trump just declared a national emergency to secure America's electric grid. Foreign-made transformers, generators, and control systems can have hidden back doors. A hostile country could remotely shut off our power. This order blocks risky foreign equipment from being bought or installed in U.S. bulk power system. The grid that keeps the country running should not be controlled by our enemies. America first energy, America first security. And I'm not going to go into it because it is pretty long. So I'm not going to run through it. So let's see. Observant consciousness are getting very real. Radcliffe goes directly to Moscow for intelligence talks. Coincidentally, the Vatican was also present on the same day. Within days, Moscow warns that British military assets inside and outside Ukraine could become targets after London transferred long-range Storm Shadow missile technology to Kiev. The sequence is tightening. Washington opens the direct channel while Russia draws a hard line around the Crown's rule on keeping the Crown's role on in keeping the war alive through weapons, targeting, intelligence, missile technology, and the offshore financial machinery supporting the proxy battlefield. Ukraine was always the buffer that allowed London to try and push deeper and deeper into Russia without absorbing the consequences at home. That distance is collapsing as Moscow begins treating the infrastructure behind the attacks as part of the attack itself. This is moving beyond Ukraine now. The proxy shield is cracking and the Crown is being pushed towards the edge. Yeah. And he did up this nice little, yeah. So targeting intelligence along with Storm Shadow technology, a complete weapons pipeline. And yeah, Moscow, the Vatican channel, diplomatic grounds shift. So you got the military bases, missile factories, intelligence antennas, offshore finance, banking cartels, and weapons pipelines. Offshore finance networks are pretty big. logistics and supply chains, fiber optic intelligence, grid, and financial rails, shell company structures. This is kind of interesting. Yeah. So we'll see where this goes, because we've been hearing some stuff. BRICS News says just in, Russia says it could start bombing UK military bases due to its support for Ukraine. Yep. So, all right, just call me Spicy. She's got some stuff to say in regards to Dolly Parton. Here we go.
It's true. Dolly Parton left this world yesterday. She really did do a lot of good in her life, but the full story is more complicated than a lot of people are willing to admit. The same woman who gave so much also promoted something that hurt a lot of people. And she didn't just quietly support it, she got paid for it. And then she publicly mocked the ones who might say no. So let's revisit that really quick.
Well, hey, it's me. I'm finally going to get my vaccine. I'm so excited. I've been waiting a while. I'm old enough to get it, and I'm smart enough to get it. So I'm very happy that I'm going to get my Moderna shot today. And I wanted to tell everybody that you should get out there and do it too. I even changed one of my songs to fit the occasion. It goes, vaccine, 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 vaccine. I'm begging of you, please don't hesitate. Vaccine, 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 vaccine. Because once you're dead, then that's a bit too late. So I just want to say to all of you cowards out there, don't be such a chicken squat. Get out there, get shot.
That was Dolly in 2021. She put $1 million into the research that became the Moderna shot. Then she got on camera, rewrote one of her biggest hits, and told millions of people to take it. She called the ones who refused cowards and chicken squat. She had a choice. She could have stayed silent. She could have said, this is my personal decision. But instead, she used her enormous platform to pressure people. And she got paid for promoting it. Why mock people for simply wanting the freedom to decide for themselves? As a Christian, I believe every one of us will answer for the decisions that we make. My hope is that she felt convicted and asked for forgiveness before she met her maker. I already shared that short clip, and I took a lot of flack for it. But I believe that talking about both the good and the bad matters, whether or not people agree. I refuse to fall in line with the status quo, because in the end, I believe that freedom and truth means more. So let's real quick walk through a few images together that I found on social media. This one says, never forget that Dolly Parton could have been a billionaire, but instead cared more about philanthropy and giving back rather than hoarding her wealth. She gave back to her community, put her money towards books, education, and scholarships, and will be remembered for how she lived. Rest in peace, sweet angel. Yeah, Dolly could have been a billionaire. She chose not to hoard it. She poured money into books, education, and scholarships for children who needed it. That generosity was real. Dolly Parton made $10 million in royalties from Whitney Houston's 1992 cover of I Will Always Love You in the 90s alone. She used that money to invest in a Nashville strip mall in a historic Black community, affectionately referring to the property as the house that Whitney built. She was the kind of human every person who claims to be a Christian should strive to be, and the world is a little less beautiful without her in it. I agree. That was beautiful. A decent and good thing to do. She wrote more than 3,000 songs, mailed 250 million free books to children, helped fund a life-saving vaccine, and told her LGBTQ plus fans they were loved in an industry where that cost something to say. Rest easy, Dolly, the light of a clear blue morning always. She wrote over 3,000 songs, huge accomplishment. Through her imagination library, she gifted more than 300 million books. And the children in her program? They are 4 to 11 times more likely to develop stronger early literacy skills. Those are extraordinary, measurable accomplishments. The same post, though, praises her for helping fund the vaccine. And that is exactly the problem. The good and the harmful were deliberately mixed together. The music industry has spent decades elevating certain talents into God-like status. And once that trust is built, the same platform can be used to sell almost any agenda. And millions of us fall in line without questioning it. This is not imaginary. It has been intentional cultural influence for a very long time. And I also have a spiritual background and think that it's not my place to judge. I'm not God. There is a God piece in all of us. And I try to find that in everybody, even the worst people. There's something good in there. Maybe they didn't get a chance to be it. I understand that people that hate so much usually are the people that have never been loved enough. Beautiful words. She spoke about not judging and looking for the good in even the worst people. Yet in that vaccine video, she judged and mocked the very people who simply wanted a choice. Both things can be true at the same time. A person can do great humanitarian work and still help promote something that deceived millions.
Most celebrities sold their souls, but not all of them, and this week I will shine a light on Novak Djokovic, the best tennis player of all time with 40 Masters and 24 Grand Slams. He's also pretty clever with his imitations, and you can tell he's a real one. In January 2022, he got deported by the Australian government for refusing to take the COVID vaccine, and the media torched him. He was #1 in the world at the time, and he was not allowed to play. And then he was asked,
"Are you prepared to forego the chance to be the greatest player that ever picked up a racket because you feel so strongly about this jab?"
yes. And almost 5 years later, he still stands on his principles.
Why should I get a vaccine? You know, I'm healthy, I'm an athlete, I'm not a threat to anybody. It's my freedom to choose.
Contrary to his rival Rafael Nadal, who said that it was selfish not to get vaccinated and encouraged his millions of fans to take the injection, Novak believed in freedom and sovereignty. So props for using your platform for something greater than just entertainment. And let's remember that we can all show love to public figures, but no need to idolize them because the real power is always within us.
Why? Because the principles of decision making on my body are more important than any title or anything else.
Now let's look at the contrast. He was asked if status, tournaments, and fame was worth it. He said freedom was more important. He refused to sell his soul for the world's approval. And that is the opposite of what so many celebrities chose.
Ariana Grande released a new video where she's cutting people up with a chainsaw. And once she's finished, she gets cheered on by a bunch of women. I mean, never mind all the glamorized violence and Satanism in that video. I'm still having a hard time understanding how she can lift a chainsaw. Anyways, it wouldn't be the first time she's part of a casualty event. In 2021, she made a video with James Corden to push people to get vaccinated. And now we're seeing the results. For those who don't know about MKUltra, you can watch her interview where she claims that they wiped out her memory.
They did the Brighter Days memory erasure treatment to me.
She's a client of Harley Pasternak. Kanye told us what that means. Nothing is a coincidence. Ariana also used to date Mac Miller. Was it a sacrifice to move higher up in the club? Maybe. But ultimately, this latest video is just a reminder of how dark the music industry is. And most importantly, it's a stark reminder for parents to protect our children. Even from the Mickey Mouse Club. Because that's how they lure them in. Cute little child stars one day, and devil-worshipping degenerate puppets the next day. It is our responsibility to stop supporting our own destruction. And it starts with recognizing when we're under attack.
And here is Ariana Grande. She also made vaccine promotion videos. Now look at her latest work, covered in blood, horror imagery. In one of her own videos, she admits memories have been erased. Can we say MKUltra? And yeah, no, that term is not made up. MKUltra was a real CIA program that ran from 1953 into the early 1970s. It conducted secret experiments on mind control using things like LSD, hypnosis, electroshock, and other methods, often on unwitting Americans. Most of the records were deliberately destroyed in 1973. Officially, the program was ended, but all of the files were burned and full transparency never came, so, who knows? Many people, myself included, believe that the techniques and the intent never truly stopped. They simply changed names and went deeper underground. When modern artists start talking about erased memories and look completely used up, it is worth remembering that the technology and the desire to control minds was never just science fiction. She doesn't even look like the same person anymore. Used, abused. That is what happens when the industry owns you. So anyways, we can still respect the talent. We can still honor the good works, including a program that has put 300 million books into children's hands and that has measurably improved literacy. But we stop pretending that these people are perfect. The music industry has been elevating stars for decades so that they can push whatever agenda comes next. This is not a conspiracy theory in the shadows. It is a documented pattern of cultural influence. The that has kept entire generations under a kind of mass psychosis, willing to believe and obey simply because a famous face told them to. And once you see the pattern, you cannot unsee it. Yes, Dolly Parton did a lot of good in the world. She also deceived millions on the vaccine. Both are true. It's time we stop being so easily led by celebrities. Freedom matters more than fame. Truth matters more than the facade. And when we stand before our maker, every decision will be weighed. So guard your mind, guard your freedom. Don't you think it's time we stop letting a celebrity's voice cloud our perception of real life? I mean, I'm just saying.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And that was put out by Just Call Me
It's true.
Spicy.
Dolly Parton.
Goes by the Spicy Patriot there on X. Absolutely. Yeah. And then let's see, this is a big deal. This is the it's the on the America's Bulk Power. We already covered that one. Exclusive. DHS shared with us the worst of the worst illegals who were deported last week, including pedos and murderers. These are the people Democrats are rioting to protect. Let that sink in. Bernardino Cruz Cortez from Mexico, conviction of sexual assault of a child. Jorge Cabrera Alarcon from Guatemala, convicted for sex assault on a child. Niang Ni Mien from Burma, convictions for vehicular manslaughter and reckless endangerment. Juana Venegas Hernandez from Mexico, conviction of vehicular manslaughter. Miguel Angel Gul Herrera from Mexico, convictions for driving under the influence of liquor and burglary. The men and women of ICE work around the clock to get illegal aliens out of our communities and make our country safer. Just last week, we deported killers, pedos, drunk drivers, and burglars. Under President Trump's leadership, ICE has been unleashed to deliver the American people's mandate to arrest and remove illegal aliens. We will never apologize for putting America first. Signed, Secretary Mullins, DHS. Yeah. So, Awakened Outlaw says this is a precursor to what happens next, where the president will be forced to take extraordinary steps to secure the November election. Sure, you can doubt it, but that's exactly what's cooking. Catherine Herridge says DHS warning is Chinese parts and election machines requires paper ballot audits. Letter from Secretary Mullins summarizes classified records. Voting machines with components manufactured by foreign adversaries introduce significant security risk. Need for strong mitigation strategies, particularly concerning the known weaknesses in the election infrastructure supply chain. To receive full DHS grants, states must conduct post-election manual counts of paper ballots in addition to other election infrastructure measures. Intel assessments. China remains the most active and persistent cyber threat to the U.S. government, private sector, and criminal infrastructure networks. National Intelligence Council memo of October 2024. We assess that some U.S. adversaries, at a minimum, China, Iran, and Russia, have the technical capability to access some U.S. election-related networks and systems. Admin official, no Intel China has successfully manipulated the American vote count, White House Transparency Task Force. And then there's these documents. Recently declassified records, including a 2024 ODNI annual threat assessment, conclude China remains the most active and persistent cyber threat to U.S. government, private sector, and critical infrastructure networks. Beijing's cyber espionage pursuits and its industry's export of surveillance information and communications technologies increase the threats of aggressive cyber operations against the United States and the suppression of the free flow of information in cyberspace. Voting machines with components manufactured by foreign adversaries introduce significant security risks. Yep. Yeah. So there's a bunch there. Yeah. And back to the list. And let's keep moving along. So, election integrity. Michigan automatically registers non-citizen voters or non-citizens to vote. They rely on non-citizens to notify the Secretary of State that they shouldn't be registered to vote. This is an insane system that demonstrates why we must pass the Save America Act. Secretary of State ID letter says, congratulations, you are going to be registered to vote. And MDOS chat sites, a CARS error, and an opt-out system that puts people on the file who shouldn't be. Patrick Byrne says Harmet Dillon will charge the staff. Yep, this is going to be something. And then this is yet another example of an illegal alien killer, but the Biden administration set loose in America.
That the search for a suspect accused of shooting and killing a man in Brownsville is now over. William Dominic, he is behind bars after deputies say that he shot another person Monday. Investigators say the two men got into an argument moments before the shooting. A witness who says that she was friends with the victim tells NBC6 the two men knew each other but had a tense relationship. That suspect's now facing a second-degree murder charge this morning.
Second-degree murder. Yep. Just saying. And then Caroline Levitt.
Well, something that's so great about President Trump, and I remember this all the time, is he's been dealing with the media and the press long before he even got into politics. I mean, he was, of course, a businessman, built a business empire in New York City and was on the front pages of many tabloids and was spinning up the press, you know, before I was even alive. So he's a pro at this game and he gets how it's played. And so I've learned so much from him with respect to how to deal with the media. And, you know, he really is, like I say, his best spokesperson. We joke he's the real communications director here at the White House. So just following his lead and getting insight into how he thinks has been tremendously helpful to me as a young professional. And he's a pro at it. So you spend a lot of time together. But I will just say this. He is the best boss I have ever had. He is so fun. He has a great sense of humor. So many stories I could share about just traveling around the world with him, Air Force One, Marine One, countries all over the world, across our great country here, meeting with great Americans. He has a huge heart. He's hospitable. He's generous. And he loves this country and the American people. And so just so many moments I've seen him behind the scenes, away from the cameras, where he's touched the heart, I know, of so many Americans across the country, whether it's our veterans, our Gold Star families, our angel moms. He loves this country, and it's just been such a joy and, again, a blessing to see that firsthand.
Yeah. So, and then I'm not going to go into that one. 81 members of a violent gang in Puerto Rico charged with drug trafficking and firearms violations as part of the Homeland Security Task Force initiative. These 81 defendants are alleged drug traffickers of Los Bahia Dio, also known as LBD, who maintained a steady supply of highly addictive and potentially lethal substances that endangered the community, fueled addiction, and exposed entire public housing projects in Mayagüez and nearby neighborhoods to violence and chaos, said AG Todd Blanche. During this investigation, law enforcement seized 21 firearms. It is estimated that during the span of the conspiracy, this drug trafficking organization was responsible for the distribution of at least 340 kilograms of fentanyl or fentanyl-laced narcotics and at least 2,200 kilograms of cocaine, among other drugs, generating over $49 million in proceeds. Let this be a warning to those that are terrorizing our communities. Our Homeland Security task forces around the country are unified to end the presence of criminal cartels foreign gangs, and transnational criminal organizations throughout the United States. And they're taking them out one by one. Yep. There's still a few that they're looking for. All right, Script Keeper Alex says, right now at this moment in time and since 2020, the veil is the thinnest it has ever been between light and dark. And here's one way of understanding that.
Okay, so I'm about to leave, but I'm going to keep y'all on the camera so y'all can basically see. And what I'm noticing is it looked like dogs and humans. So I'm trying to see, you see, it's basically trying to stop me saying that something is in front of me. So I'm trying to see if like the headstones are picking up as like the dogs or whatever the case may be. But what about the human figures? I'm going to figure this out. I got to figure this out. So as you can see, there's no headstones right here, but it's picking up a lot. There's a lot of activity right here. And so it's trying to make me stop. As you can see, now if I would have been driving, it would have immediately stopped on brakes. This is crazy. And I've been out here a bunch of times. But what I can say is it has tripled the amount of people that's in this cemetery since the last time I've came. But it has never stopped my vehicle like this. See, it's trying to make me stop. Now, if I pick up speed, it's going to throw me through the damn windshield. See, it just did it. Automatic emergency braking is in progress. I can't come in here with this car. Look at this. It's about to tear my damn car up. Get some rest. It's okay. For real. You about to tear my damn car up. This is so weird. I don't understand this. Somebody got to investigate this with Tesla just to see exactly what is it. I can't even go fast.
Interesting, huh? Yeah. Electric cars for you. Yep. Man in Texas named Mohammed Abbas is illegally selling H-1B visas to foreigners from Pakistan. Here we go.
So let's go check in with Mohammed to see why he is illegally selling visas to Pakistanis. Hi, I was looking for Mohammed.
He's inside.
Just back here? Hi, I was looking for Mohammed. Do you know where I can find him?
No idea.
Well, Mohammed wasn't there. So my team received tips from multiple people, unrelated, who say that they were scammed by one person who promised to sell them sponsorship for either green cards or H-1B visas. One of the victims even said he paid $60,000, but the sponsorship never came through. It's illegal to take payment from people to sponsor them for visas. All right, let's call Mohammed and see if we can get in touch with him.
Hello?
Hey, Mohammed?
Yes?
Are you selling green cards and H-1B visas?
No, I don't.
I would love to meet with you to discuss this. Where can I find you?
I'll give you a call and we'll set up a time.
Let me know where we can find you. He hung up. We didn't hear from him, but we heard from his lawyer.
Hi, my name is Scott Hayes, an attorney in Dallas. I'm returning a call that you had made to Mohammed Abbas.
Hello?
Hey, is this Scott?
Yes, how can I help you?
Hi, you called me with regard to Mohammed Abbas. Would you be interested in the evidence that I have proving from multiple different sources that your client is engaging in high-level visa fraud schemes?
I'm not going there.
Okay, so you approve of all of this fraud that's going on?
Give me a break. You said essentially making threats and others. I'm just trying
What
to find
threats?
the threat that they're doing
criminal action. Apparently, you're showing up at his office.
Come on, you're an attorney. You should get this one right. What is the actual threat?
Good luck to you.
Hey, I also would like to request his public access files, which as a member of the American public, I'm sure you know this as an attorney, I am entitled to receive.
Public access files, meaning what?
Gosh, I would have thought that you would have known this. So with immigration, with H-1B visas, sir, it's actually the law. Look it up. He was very offended. He hung up on me.
The rabbit hole goes deep on this one. So Mohammed Abbas is the guy that we're talking about. And there are multiple tipsters and victims that claim to have paid thousands of dollars, up to $60,000 to get these fraudulent visas coming over into America. And take a look at this. This is the most damning part right here. Mohammed Abbas is linked to companies including Molabs Media LLC. This is a media marketing event company in South Asia Indian concerts. Okay, so the company is focused on media and concerts. So here's where it gets really sketchy and fraudulent. Public H-1B visa data shows that that company, Molabs Media, is a longtime sponsor of tech roles, including software engineers, system analysts, electrical engineers, and more, despite the company's stated media events focus. So that is crazy, right? Because the company is supposed to be a media events company, but they are sponsoring roles like tech roles, like software engineers, systems analysts. So obviously this is fraud. And wouldn't you look at this? His fraudulent companies are also being given PPP loans that were forgiven, meaning free taxpayer money. I think we've all had enough of the Mohammeds that come over here and just scam us and rob us blind. So where is this taking place? Of course, it's taking place in Texas, in Dallas specifically, because that is ground zero of H-1B visa fraud. And where is this Mohammed from? Well, it looks like his exact birthplace is unknown. People have been trying to figure it out. It is most likely linked to Pakistan with education ties to Bangladesh. Just deport these people.
Yep. And confiscate everything before they leave. Seize it all. Yeah. All right. Let's see.
State Department.
I told you about this yesterday. I read you guys a couple of statements that were made in regards to this, and this has to do with the Antifa people and the terrorist link.
State Department targeting an overseas tech network accused of helping extremists hide in plain sight by providing encrypted tools to Antifa activists in Portland, Oregon, and overseas terror groups, including Hamas and Iran's Revolutionary Guard. Correspondent Alex Hogan reports live in Washington on this. Big deal, Alex.
Yeah, hi, Jackie. So the state and Treasury departments designating Autisti Inventati, or AI Collective, as a specially designated global terrorist, saying that this group provides digital infrastructure to violent Antifa cells and other far-left groups. So according to the department, services include encrypted chats and email, web hosting, secure video conferencing, and streaming, which allow other groups to remain anonymous beyond the reach of the law. The department says the collective provided services to groups who carried out attacks on rail systems in European countries, and here at home, groups that have carried out attacks on ICE or at a law enforcement training center in Atlanta, Georgia, for example. The Italy-based group says it started 20 years ago to provide internet support for social movements. According to the group's website, that includes individuals, collectives, communities, and groups whose political and social activities fit within this worldview and who share some fundamental principles. That includes anti-fascism, anti-racism, anti-sexism, anti-militarism. On top of that, one has to share our basic attitude towards money and the capitalistic world, a deep feeling of uneasiness and unrest. So this is the first designation of its kind since U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio convened leaders from around the world for a summit last month on the resurgence of political terrorism. The State Department says this group has a massive footprint, including 16,000 mailboxes, 1,500 websites, 5,500 mailing lists, and about 10,000 blogs. Jackie?
Yeah, 10,000 blogs. Yeah, just saying. So, just like we said, October 7th was an inside job. President Trump got this dropped this bombshell. A report from USAID confirms that over 100 United Nations pro-Palestine employees have been referred for participating in October 7th Hamas atrocities. Yep, the full report. Let's see if she added a link for this. Yeah, I'm not seeing a. No, I'm not seeing. Not seeing an added link for that. And then there's this lady. Oh Jesus, batshit bonkers Britain, Katie Hopkins. Here we go.
Breaking news here in batshit bonkers Britain. First up, North Devon Hospital, Barnstable, where I was born, and there's still no blue plaque on the wall. Can you believe it? It shut its maternity unit at the start of August. It means that women of North Devon have to drive potentially 2 hours to have their baby whilst having contractions. Now someone's handing out leaflets teaching them how to give birth in a car or in a lay-by. Have they seen my disability panda? I wouldn't be able to give birth to the seed of an idea in that thing, let alone push out a 14-pound baby without pain medication or a single stitch. Thank you very much. I know, vag like a windsock. I say to you, Chief Medical Officer Vanessa Purdy, sort that shit out. You wouldn't want to have to drive 2 hours to give birth with all the other worries that you've got going on. In other news, Harry and Sparkly Pants back in the UK. They arrived by private jet. They're going to set up base in the Cotswolds. 2 kids off to British schools. They're going to keep them on Tacito Palace for when they split up. And they've got their holiday home in Portugal. The question, who's paying for all of this? Harry has a £35 million legal bill because he harassed the Daily Mail. He doesn't have a job. They don't have any purpose. So who's footing the bill? We sure as hell hope it's not the British taxpayer. And finally, Jolyon Mornham of the Good Law Project, the guy who sounds like he's talking through corrugated acoustic material, right? He called it the Good Law Project, so you know it's the Good Law Project. Now he's coming after the media because they persecuted Jason Arde, the black professor who was actually a fraudster, to death. He says they're coming for the throats of the media. Oh, what a big guy. Wow. Jolyon just had to apologize to a lady for calling her a liar on the BBC. He was last seen in a kimono bashing a fox to death in his own backyard and then posted about it onto Twitter. And Jolyon's own father chose not to speak to him till he was 17. I say to you, Jolyon, why don't you jolly on to the edge of a cliff and keep on going, darling? That's it, my loves. Batshit bonkers Britain. Working.
Yeah. Now. Nicole Arbor is glad everybody's waking up to who Jelly Roll really is. Damn. Take a listen. Here we go.
She thinks you're all stupid. Some of you are finally discovering who Jelly Roll is. Good. Welcome. I'm Nicole Arbor, and if you haven't watched the Jelly Roll files yet, I suggest you do. I personally find it so funny that conservatives are losing it about his jokes about Trump. I think it's great that you're finally discovering that he's a totally full of it POS. Love that for you guys. Before this, it was like, we don't care if he has a hooker wife. He sings about Jesus. Like, that makes any sense. There was allegations of trafficking coming out, multiple victims. I think I'm at 10 different women now in my DMs who have very similar allegations. You guys are still fine with that. When there's countless women saying they were roofied at his bar, whatever. He's on tape yelling the N-word, fine with that. When he was caught on camera planning to other recording artists, that's fine. When he allegedly assaulted a teen working in a shoe store because the kid didn't serve him fast enough for his ego, everybody's fine with that. When he sold his own wife's vajayjay for money to do his Christian album, I guess. Everybody's fine with that. When there's contractors saying they're owed hundreds of thousands of dollars from his bar, But when he talked shit about Trump, you guys came a running. I think it's great that you're here. You got to admit, that's pretty funny. Now, what I would like to say to Republicans or people on the left or people who are just, I don't know, somewhere in the middle and don't care. This is a game. Jelly Roll is evil. I mean, he's on tape calling himself the new Epstein. What I gotta say about Jelly Roll's PR team is they are very consistent in the marketing plan. And the marketing plan is one thing and one thing only. Jelly Roll is always the victim. Always the victim. Always. Which means he constantly has to make an enemy of a different group. They only don't like me because I'm a fill in the blank here. X notes. Former addict. That way everybody in the recovery community will run in and cheer for him and back him up. They don't like me because I used to be incarcerated. Everybody who's ever been in prison or had a family member in prison comes running to his defense. Notice his accent has kind of slipped now. These other people don't like me because I'm a Christian. Shows not a single sign of being Christian. Nothing. Married to a hooker, engaging in group sex, essentially pimping his own wife, but some of you bought that he's a Christian. And now his most recent play, obviously to cover up the heinous things that are coming out about him and his wife. They don't like me because I made jokes about Trump. Pay attention. He's doing that to make you run in and be like, I don't like Trump either. Yeah, he's one of us. It's the same game over and over. He thought he was losing liberals as people are discovering how abusive and evil and horrible Jelly Roll really is. So he pulled another fast one on you. Oh, they only don't like me because I made some jokes about Trump. We don't like Trump either. You're one of us. We'll defend you. He's still playing everybody. It is pretty damn funny that he brought on known con man Jay Shetty to the show. Not surprised. Some people are like, Nicole, why would he be running to Jimmy Kimmel and the left for protection? For protection. Now, I can't confirm this. This is alleged at this point, but I have heard from multiple sources that do know him that he took a deal. For whatever's coming out about this, maybe this trafficking stuff, maybe the abuse stuff, whatever it might be, all I know is the police in Nashville will not even take a report if you try and report Jelly Roll doing something to you. The police wouldn't take the report from me. And apparently, did you know that if you take a deal and divorce someone, then you can testify against them when it all comes out? Because like someone's gonna have to take the fall eventually, right? Interesting, right? If you find the clips, everything he does, he says he bases on the 48 Laws of Power. He read that book in prison and came out and started executing all of it. Everything is a game. Challenge a single reporter or journalist to ask him a question, just one question. It's out of the fluff that his PR company is telling you to push. Ask him about the allegations. Ask him about what he did to me, because he did it. It's on camera. Apparently, Governor Bill Lee in Tennessee won't let Jelly Roll be charged for any crimes he may commit either, because it'll make him look stupid for pardoning him. This guy's beyond sinister, and he's using everybody because he thinks you're all stupid. Don't prove him right.
Exclusive, Rubio puts merit over seniority in Foreign Service shakeup by Virginia Grace McKinnon. First on the Daily Signal, Secretary of State
Nabbit.
Marco Rubio.
Yeah. I kind of messed that up, didn't I? Sorry about that. Let's start it again. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's I do that with the longer videos so I can get up, open the door, go into cabinets, open the fridge, whatever, and you don't have to hear it. So, all right, here we go.
Puts merit over seniority in Foreign Service shakeup by Virginia Grace McKinnon. First on the Daily Signal, Secretary of State Marco Rubio is changing how the State Department will determine leadership roles in the U.S. Foreign Service by putting merit over seniority. A State Department official told the Daily Signal that the department is trying to fundamentally shift how the Foreign Service works, replacing an expectation of promotion with a merit-based system. To expand the pool of individuals eligible for merit-based promotions in the Foreign Service, the State Department has downgraded approximately 200 senior Foreign Service positions overseas. We are committed to ensuring that the senior ranks of the Foreign Service are populated by the people who are best equipped to advance American interests, rather than simply those who have accumulated the most years of service, State Department spokesman Tommy Pigott told the Daily Signal. That means rewarding performance, leadership, and results while giving talented officers the opportunity to take on greater responsibility based on merit. The result may be fewer promotions at certain levels, but the objective is clear. A stronger, more capable leadership corps serving the American people, Pigott continued. The Foreign Service employs roughly 14,000 officers overseas, working in U.S. embassies representing America. Prior to this reclassification, Foreign Service officers were promoted to leadership positions on a relatively predictable timeline, even if they were not the right fit for a leadership role. While the State Department official did suggest there could be fewer Foreign Service officers entering leadership roles, the goal is not simply to have fewer people at the top, the official added. It is to build a Foreign Service that is more nimble, more competitive, and more meritocratic, while creating opportunities for talented officers to take on significant responsibility earlier in their careers. Though fewer officers may enter upper ranks, the State Department has broadened the parameters for individuals who can be considered for Chief of Mission roles at overseas facilities. These newly eligible candidates for Chief of Mission positions include F-1 and G-15 levels, and the official claimed that 52% of applications in the first round of Chief of Mission selection came from FS-01s and GS-15s. The State Department also plans to implement this domestically for its tens of thousands of civil servants and locally employed staff as Rubio's efforts to modernize and reorganize the department continue. This is only the latest of Rubio's reforms to the Foreign Service. In April, the State Department updated the selection process by modernizing the test, and earlier this month, it eliminated day entirely.
You're listening to this podcast, so I know you've got a curious mind.
No, we just wanted the article. That's all. Merit over seniority. There you go. Gotta have it. All right. So this is cool. Here we go.
As you know, we took something called the Gulf of Mexico. We changed it, and now it's very routinely the Gulf of America. So if you think about it, we have a Gulf and we have a lake. Now all we need is an ocean. So maybe we'll have to change the name of the
Gonna have to have an ocean.
Atlantic and or the Pacific. Maybe we'll change them both. As you know, we
Maybe we'll change them both. Oh boy, this is. I'm telling you, he knows how to troll. I have to say, there is no greater troll in this world right now than Donald J. Trump. Yeah. So Nick Sotor says, breaking right now, President Trump has arrived in Houston with a large crowd of patriots cheering for him on the tarmac. 47 says he'll be making several trips to Texas to support Ken Paxton for Senate. Texas must back Paxton. All right. X Alerts put this one up. Mayor arrested after a heated city council meeting led him to allegedly assaulting an elderly man. And this is going on in
coming
Texas.
from a child support dodger and a wife beater right there.
What?
Oh, but not to include the guy that says if you're going to get laid down and raped for it.
Whatever.
Thank you.
Whatever. I don't take it from a child support dodger. Burden, whatever. I've had it with you guys. You guys are just terrible. Wait, sir, you're not the presiding officer yet. You need to give me the gavel over here. You're not the presiding officer. You see how disruptive this is? I've tried my best. I'm not quitting, but I'm not going to tolerate this, and I'm not going to continue. And if you want this to happen every single meeting, keep doing what you're doing. No, sir, I guess. God bless you. Don't you judge me. God bless. No, I'm just telling you, God bless.
Order. Order.
Coming from a child support dodger.
So, mayor arrested after heated city council led him to allegedly assault an elderly man in Texas. Balcones Heights Mayor Jimmy Rodriguez got into a heated argument over the budget and even called for a member to be removed. 78-year-old Lamar Gillian, a former city council member, told Rodriguez, "Don't you touch me," as Rodriguez made contact with his shoulder on his way out the door. Investigators say Gillian was not blocking Rodriguez's path out the door, and it appeared he was making another movement towards Gillian before a bailiff stepped between them. Rodriguez, who's charged as a Class D misdemeanor because Gillian is over 65, was released from jail on a $5,000 bond. Wow. That seems like a lot. Seems like a whole lot to have him arrested for that when he said, "And God bless you." And God bless you is what he said twice. Yeah. It's, yep. So recall launched against a Democratic prosecutor, Cheryl Minter, the mother of Stephanie Minter, who launched a recall petition against Fairfax County Commonwealth's attorney, Steve Descano, following the murder of her daughter by an illegal alien. Abdul Jallo, an illegal alien with over 30 previous arrests, stabbed Stephanie to death at a bus stop. Jola was repeatedly released from jail despite having a removal order. Americans are dying because Democrats allow foreign murderers to roam our streets. Steve Descano must be removed. And I can't argue with that. Question: what message are you sending to Canada by renaming their lake to Lake America? Here we go. Wait a minute.
That video you put up yesterday, crossing out Lake Ontario and writing Lake America, it's been seen by about 30 million people, maybe more, across all the social media platforms. What message are you sending to Canada with this move today, and why was this such an important thing for you to do?
It's an interesting question. No message. As you know, Canada's been ripping us off for a long time on trade, very sadly. Even the military, we defend Canada for nothing. We don't get anything. They don't pay us to defend Canada, but we defend Canada. And they understand that. As an example, we bought icebreakers. They'd like to use them. We have 11 brand new icebreakers coming in. They'd like to use the icebreakers. They don't pay for anything. And they want to be treated like a state, but they're not a state. But they want to be treated like they're a state. And so we just can't do that anymore. We lose on average over the last 15 years, $60 billion a year carrying Canada. So we just can't do it anymore. We love the people of Canada. I don't think their representatives do an appropriate job. Maybe they'll change. I really don't know. It doesn't make much difference. But we can't let the whole Canadian thing has been going on for decades, and it has to come to a stop. So we're going to be doing tariffs on their cars that are coming in at a substantial level because we want to make the cars here. We don't want if they can make their own cars if they want. And they can continue to make their cars for Canada, but we don't want them to make cars for the United States of America. It's very simple. Likewise, many other products. So the lake change, Lake of America, was something I've been thinking about for a long time, actually.
Yep. It's done now. Yep. All right. Here's Plymouth County Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague warned jurors not to get sidetracked by debates over the healthcare system or how mental health impacts women.
This case is not about our mental health system or how it treats women or what's in the DSM-5 and what's not. That's a distraction to get you angry and passionate about an important issue but an issue that's not on trial here. What's on trial here, what the issue is here, is what Lindsay Clancy did the night of January 24th, 2023, and what her mental state was at the time. And you can use her psychological history and records, the treatment records, to look at both before and after she killed the kids, to look at how she got to that point, what her thought process was, what her motivation was. But it's not the system or the DSM or any of that that caused her to strangle her kids. This case is not about our mental health system or how it treats women or what.
To me, that was just a whole bunch of gobbledygook to get people to focus on, her mental state. Because what are they going to do now? They're going to go back and they're going to peruse through all of her mental history. Okay, it's fucking ridiculous. It's almost like the prosecution is trying to make an excuse for this to have happened and give themselves an out of having to prosecute it. Yeah. So, White House breaking news: the Office of the Secretary, Department of Interior, from U.S. Geological Survey, Lake America renamed. Sir, as of 4:30 p.m. today, the U.S. Geological Survey has officially designated the former Lake Ontario to be renamed as Lake America in all official U.S. Geological Survey electronic documents. The change will begin occurring in printed documents over the next several days. This change has also been made official in the Geographical Names Information System. Should you have any further questions, please contact me for clarifications. Thank you, Ned, Dr. Ned Manmula, Director, U.S. Geological Survey, United States Department of Interior. There you go. It's happened. Yep. It's Lake America now. Taking our shit back. Yeah. So that's just more on Jelly Roll and his shenanigans, and I just really don't fucking care. I was never really impressed with him. I got fucking AI songs that are better than shit that he put out. So I don't care. They lie and they lie and they lie some more. Melissa Redpill says RFK Jr. says measles. According to the county commissioner, they cannot find any measles deaths in Lancaster County, and the CDC tried to get information from Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, and he's refusing to cooperate. Governor Shapiro got his headlines. He correctly gambled that the slavish mainstream media would dutifully amplify his scolding without any effort to check his facts. NBC headline just reported that an infant was one of the two people that reportedly died from measles this week. Inside the article, the infant that died tested positive for measles. What was completely left out? Lancaster County Coroner's statement: no measles deaths were handled by our office. The office was investigating the death of an infant who tested positive for measles and died because of a ruptured spleen. We talked about this yesterday. It's just more shit. Yeah. And then here we go.
How many assaults are there believed to have been with this victim?
Dozens and dozens.
Attorney Jason Reese says there were several red flags school officials should have picked up on. The tort claim says, based on the firm's investigation, the teen's injuries are a direct result of the district's negligence in hiring Fortenberry, and that officials also failed to fire her despite knowing about her inappropriate behavior with students.
We don't know that the school actually knew that she had sexually abused someone specifically, but what we do know is when there's smoke, there's fire. She was grooming.
He says Fortenberry was known to drive teen students around in violation of school policy, and while employed at Martinsville High School, was accused of giving drugs to a student's brother. In a statement, a spokesperson for the school district said in part, the safety of students is their #1 priority, and quote, the MSD of Martinsville conducts a full criminal background check as part of the standard hiring process for all employees. The background check for this former employee reported no criminal activity.
That may be true, but we think the students of this district deserve more than that. For example, you could have found out that this teacher had an OnlyFans account, that she had a Pornhub video, that she worked as an exotic dancer at gentlemen's clubs.
Reese says the district should have asked more questions before hiring Fortenberry and taken swift action once they were aware of any concerns. A district spokesperson says Fortenberry left in January 2024, but her resignation was not related to any sexual misconduct allegations.
Our hope is, and my client's family's hope is, that by bringing this lawsuit, it's not only deterring this behavior from happening in the future across the state of Indiana, it's also holding this district accountable and uncovering the full truth of what people knew or should have known about this sexual predator.
In Martinsville, Scarlett O'Hara, CBS 4 News.
Yeah, she had an OnlyFans. I had an OnlyFans too. Yeah, people paid me to put my clothes back on. That's what they did. Yeah. $100 for each sock, $50 put on a t-shirt, $100 put on underwear, $1,000 put on pants. It was lucrative. It was lucrative. Glad none of you fell victim to it. Just saying. Just saying. All right. U.S. Department of Justice said the defendant is a serial child predator whose heinous actions have created irreparable harm to vulnerable children in the United States and other countries. My office has an unwavering commitment to protect children and bring justice to the victims and their families. And that was U.S. Attorney David N. Rosen. All right. And this is a serial predator that was highlighted here. Serial child predator sentenced to 204 months imprisonment for producing child pornography. And this is in Minneapolis, of all places. It had to be Minneapolis, didn't it? Yeah. So, just saying, there's always something more to it. Yeah. All right. And this clip came from, and we know Florida is the first in the nation to restrict welfare.
I'm proud to announce that Florida will be the first state in the nation to restrict temporary cash assistance benefits from being used for inappropriate and non-essential purchases. For example, no tobacco and vaping products with EBT cards and TANF grants. No drugs or intoxicants with EBT cards and TANF grants. No adult material. You can get adult material in the gas station. No video games, entertainment tickets, theme park subscriptions. No tattoos. No tanning beds. Other, more luxury services. No fortune telling services. And so, this is just. I don't know why some of this is happening. Now, obviously, some of these cards are just people don't need it, and it's fraud, right? I mean, they're milking the system. They're not really needy. They're scam artists, and so they're using it to do some of this other stuff. But I do think that if somebody really is needy, we just want to make sure that that money is going to the things that are going to help that individual and if the dependents and help the dependents.
Yeah. Well, you should include maybe something like the cruise ships. Do you guys remember I covered the cruise ships last year and the year before? The cruise ships where people were using their EBTs in order to take the cruise. You guys remember that? Anybody? Give me a 5x5 if you remember that. All right. We've been at this for almost 4 hours now. 4 hours. You got that? 4 hours. That's where we're at right now. So you know what that means, right? Hour mark number 4, I need a safety meeting. I do, because I need to get up and I need to stretch myself out because we've been going for quite a while. And seeing that I ain't running for president, I think this one will do.
Yeah, I inhale. Before you strike that match tonight, before that little ember glows, ask yourself what brought you here and what you're hoping this might do. Is it pain that's wearing on you? Is your body wound up tight? Are you looking for some comfort, just enough to rest tonight? You don't have to chase a feeling, you don't have to prove a thing. Sometimes less will tell your body everything it needs to say. Yeah, I inhale, and I'll tell it like it is. I ain't running for president with an I didn't inhale defense. Take it easy, take it slowly, give your body time to know. This ain't about how high you're getting, it's about how well you know what you're asking from the medicine before you ever let it roll. Yeah, I inhale, but I learned to take it slow. Maybe smoke is how you take it, maybe tincture works instead. Maybe CBD brings comfort when it's finally time for bed. Everybody has a language, and no two will speak the same. So listen close to what yours tells you, don't turn healing to a race. Take a little, give it time, notice what has changed inside. Did the shoulders finally loosen? Did the noise begin to quiet? Yeah, I inhale, and I'll tell it like it is. I ain't running for president with an I didn't inhale defense. Take it easy, take it slowly, give your body time to know. This ain't about how high you're getting, it's about how well you know what you're asking from the medicine before you ever let it roll. Yeah, I inhaled, but I learned to take it slow. There's a difference between escaping and giving yourself some peace. There's a difference between wanting more and knowing when you've reached that little place where pain backs down, where you finally breathe again. That's when you put the medicine down and let the healing settle in. Yeah, I inhaled, I won't pretend I didn't. No campaign speech, no clever little spin. I learned to listen to my body, I learned that more ain't always more. Know your reason, know your purpose, know what you're reaching for. Respect the plant, respect yourself, and give the medicine room to work. Yeah, I inhale, and I ain't ashamed to say it worked. Know why you're reaching for it, give yourself time to know. Sometimes the wisest thing you learn is when it's time to let it go.
All right, I'm back with you. I had to get up and stretch that out. back starts to get all cramped up. And I'm doing this long one here because I have a feeling I'm not going to be around for a few days. I got probably about 4 more hours of fuel left, and I am done at that point there. So, until funding comes in for it, I'm not going to be able to do much more than that. So that's why I'm just going to keep going. And let's go ahead and kick in. We haven't watched May Rocks in quite a while, so let's jump into there. Here we go.
Okay, you guys, we've got so much going on. I want to cover it as fast as I can. The U.S. debt clock has been showing us that everything happening these last few years are biblical. They've shown us the solar eclipses with the left top over America. They've shown us the Revelation 12 sign. Now, I want to remind you guys what happened last year on September 10th. We had a very horrible thing that occurred with Charlie Kirk, okay? Now, pay attention, you guys, because this is important. Charlie Kirk's funeral happened on September 21st last year in 2025. We had the solar eclipse that occurred while the funeral was progressing. Every high-ranking member of the Trump administration was there and presented in this funeral. And remember my video that I did last year, I went over how all of these occult members were pissed because Trump was holding this funeral, a Christian funeral, by the way, with millions and millions and millions of viewers during this eclipse. And what was in the middle of the eclipse? The asteroid Groom was right in the middle of the eclipse. As Trump was holding this funeral for Charlie Kirk, which might I remind you, whenever that thing happened with Charlie Kirk, we had a huge influx of people wanting to get baptized, okay? Like the power of the Holy Spirit was so strong. You guys remember that it was so strong after that happened with Charlie Kirk that we had this huge influx of people wanting to become Christian and become baptized. Now, fast forward to now, okay, we had a diamond ring eclipse on August 12th, okay? What's interesting is that 2 weeks before this eclipse happened, we had Barbeau's basket. Remember that, okay? Everyone was talking about Barbeau's basket because it doesn't happen very often. And when it does, it's something very significant. Something very significant happened. Now, Barbeau's basket occurred on July 21st. It peaked at July 21st and 22nd. Now, this planetary alignment occurred, it peaked on July 21st, 22nd around, but it signifies a new civilization for the better of humanity. Okay, so it's talked about like a new financial system, a new technology system, but it's going to benefit humanity. Now, what's interesting is that they call it the Barbeau's basket, but it is actually a cradle. Okay, so when you think of a cradle, you think of something you put a newborn in. Okay, remember that. 2 weeks later, we had a diamond ring solar eclipse on August 12th. And if you guys remember my last video, I went over the surrogate having the baby on August 12th. And when you think of a surrogate, you can align that with Mother Mary, okay? Because Archangel Gabriel told Mary that she would be having a child. She was a virgin, okay? So somehow she was able to become pregnant without having intercourse. This surrogate had a child, a male child, on August 12th during this diamond ring eclipse. What also was happening on this solar eclipse when the child was born, we had a 6 planetary alignment. We had the total solar eclipse, a Perseid meteor shower, and a solar storm, all happening on the same day that this child was born. After we had the cradle planetary alignment, which oddly aligns with Revelation 12. I don't want to go into the whole story of the surrogate because TikTok, but the woman was pregnant and cried out in pain as she was about to give birth. Then another sign appeared in heaven, an enormous red dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns on its head. Its tail swept a third of the stars out of the sky and flung them to the earth. We had the Perseid meteor shower, okay? The dragon stood in front of the woman who was about to give birth so that it might devour her child the moment it was born. What did the biological parents try to do to the child that the surrogate fought for the life of this child? She gave birth to a son, a male child who will rule the nations with an iron scepter. Okay, but I'm saying that this is symbolic. This whole birth of this child, whose name is Gabriel, by the way, that's what the surrogate named Gabriel. It is symbolic, okay? Which is also interesting because that same eclipse that the child was born on was a diamond ring eclipse, talking about a marriage, okay? And this goes into Jewish wedding tradition, and that's why I went over Charlie Kirk's funeral, which also occurred on a solar eclipse with the asteroid Groom that was in the solar eclipse. In ancient Jewish tradition, marriage involved 2 distinct stages, okay? So after the betrothal contract was signed and sealed with a cup of wine, the groom returned to his father's house for about 12 months, while the bride stayed with her family to prepare. Afterward, he returned to take her to their permanent home for the final ceremony. It has been about 12 months since we had the ceremony, I guess, of the funeral for Charlie Kirk. But every high-ranking member of this, even like this never happens, okay? Not like the high-ranking members of a presidential administration rarely hold this type of event, okay? The ceremony on a solar eclipse with the asteroid Groom in the middle of the solar eclipse. A Christian ceremony, you guys. And do not listen to these Christians that are telling you that Trump is the Antichrist, because he's not, you guys. This is crazy, because the Antichrist is Muslim, or he's Islamic, from some Islamic religion. After doing so much research the last few months, the real Jews worship the same God as Christians. There is another sect of Jews that are not Jews but claim to be Jews, this is biblical, that belong to the synagogue of Satan. It says that in Revelation 2:9 and 3:9. It says, I know your affliction and your poverty, yet you are rich. I know about the slander of those who say they are Jews and are not, but are of the synagogue of Satan. Okay, says it again here. I will make those who are of the synagogue of Satan, who claim to be Jews, though are not. It mentions that, though are not, but are liars. I will make them come and fall down at your feet and acknowledge that I have loved you. The whole reason for this tribulation is for Israel, or the Jews that rejected the Messiah, Christ. They rejected him. The real Jews rejected him because they were like, this is not God. But at the end times, those Jews will be like, oh my gosh, you were right. The Messiah is Jesus Christ. But the real Jews, they celebrate God's feasts, okay? They hold the traditions, and they have held these traditions till the beginning of time, okay? This is why God chose the Jews, because the Jews would hold these feasts that were very important for God to complete all the biblical prophecies. But there, like I said, there are also Jews, or people who claim to be Jews but are not, and are of the synagogue of Satan, that do not worship the same God we worship, okay? But the real Jews will be held accountable for rejecting the Messiah. And that it says that in biblical prophecy is that they will realize at the end times that Jesus is their Messiah. And it says in biblical prophecy that every Jew and Gentile will live together in God's kingdom. Now, I want to go over this lunar eclipse that's happening today, August 27th, and tomorrow, August 28th. Okay, and we know that the before the coming of the day of the Lord, the sun will be darkened and the moon will turn to blood. Okay. August 12th, we had the solar eclipse where the child was born. We had the Perseids meteor shower. We had a solar storm. We had the 6th planetary alignment, all on that solar eclipse when the sun was darkened. Today, we have a lunar eclipse where the moon will turn to blood. Okay. Everything is lining up, you guys. Not to mention everything that happened with Dolly Parton and 9/11. September 11th is the beginning of Rosh Hashanah, or the Feast of Trumpets. Y'all, September is going to be freaking crazy. So I'm going to try and keep you guys updated.
See, and I waited until I unmuted my microphone before I started speaking. She covered a lot. And there is a lot of astronomical things that are specifically talked about in the Bible. I'm not some astronomy kind of guy. I think the closest I ever got involved with that was Tin Cat, and her going over the sun flares and everything else. Other than that, I know where the Big Dipper is, the Little Dipper. Other than that, I have not a fucking clue. Not a clue. Yeah. All right. Homeland Security put this one up.
To brighten our day, for the last few weeks, the TSA has been asking you to vote in their annual Cutest Canine Contest. I think we found it. 85 of the hardest working airports around the country were nominated before the public voted on the final 4. Yesterday, you're going to love this, they revealed their 2026 winner. Lap drum roll, please. He's a 3-year-old German short-haired pointer who helps keep the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport safe. Bolt handler Daphne, our partner is a hardworking little guy who's such a character, adding there's nothing ordinary about him. He works hard. He plays even harder. He's never short on energy. Look at that face! And 1,000% excited to go to work. Yes, that's his excited face right there. Huge congrats to supermodel Bolt, who celebrated with his friends, fellow handlers, and of course, a chew toy. I offer you America's Next Top Model. Yeah, he deserves every bit of recognition. I know it's a do not pet. You're always so timid. I know you're timid, but you know you're not supposed to. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. There we go. Bolt. Yeah. So, Rapid Response 47, 1 hour ago, put up global leftist organization that doxed ICE agents designated as a terrorist group. Let's go here. All right. Oh, come on now. Really? Seriously? You suck. All right. Washington. For years, the radical leftist group Antifa has doxed and harassed immigration and customs enforcement agents across the United States. Now the United States is fighting back against the hub of this global harassment campaign. The State Department on Wednesday named the AI a specially designated global terrorist group. The Daily Wire can first report. We reported on this yesterday, so you're a day late. As the State Department has nicknamed the group, it is linked to notorious Antifa groups in the United States like Rose City Antifa, Stop Cop City, and Against Beltway Fascism, all of which have doxed and harassed ICE and Homeland Security employees, as well as top conservative organizations like the Heritage Foundation. AI presents itself as an Italian technology collective offering privacy-focused tools to help activists and social movement. We've covered all this. So basically, okay, so you did this for clickbait, is what you did. This is Beltway Fascism Docs, Heritage Foundation. This is all stuff that, yeah, we've gone over that. They will not be able to steal this election, says Observing Consciousness. Thousands of federal election auditors are moving into place. Executive action is closing the voter rolls, locking down eligibility, and tightening chain of custody. Now DHS is opening the machine layer. The three vendors controlling more than 80% of America's voting systems admitted their machines contain Chinese-made components. Classified intelligence confirms China, Iran, and Russia have the technical capability to access. We covered that too already, didn't we? All right. And then we got this here.
Get ready. Tropical Storm Dolly has officially formed. That's correct. Dolly. Just 2 days after Dolly Parton's death, we now have Tropical Storm Dolly. Tropical Storm Dolly is currently in the Atlantic Ocean. It is moving westward at a pace of 24 miles per hour. We're going to see where Tropical Storm Dolly heads. Now, right now, this is the projected map. See, it ends just as it enters the Caribbean, but that's just the beginning of this map. Models do show Tropical Storm Dolly potentially making it all the way up to Florida or the East Coast. Now, we'll have to monitor this. We'll have to see what happens, but it is, I mean, ironic in a way that the next storm on the hurricane list is named Dolly. Follow for more. Get ready.
Yeah. We'll see what happens with it. Census Bureau errors cost Republicans 9 seats in Congress, and Congress has refused to do anything about it. Yeah. So we know about that one, and then let's go here.
We got to talk about history and PBS.
Speaking of Mr. Rogers, they might have deleted Mr. Rogers.
Yeah. So seriously? No, seriously. Did you hear about it?
No. Are you serious?
Yes. So PBS, they had cloud storage, right? And it was called open source service, I believe. And they were backing up PBS. 50 terabytes of pictures and videos and all their content, right?
That's everything.
That's
Gone.
it.
Are you serious? All gone.
So PBS goes to OSS using this cloud storage. And what happens is they go out of business. So then PBS was like, all right, cool. So where's our footage? They're like, well, actually, the person who actually owns the actual servers and all that, they own it and we can't give it to you. So they're in court trying to get this footage back.
Sounds like they're trying to delete history.
Because PBS has a lot of historical stuff.
Okay, you know what else they have?
What?
The history on East St. Louis, all of that stuff.
East St. Louis.
Covering all of that coverage, the
Yes.
93 flood, like all of these like historic moments.
93 flood, East St. Louis.
The East St. Louis thing is great because there's so much nefarious shit that happened. It was literally just like a testing ground. Like
there was declassified documents to show that the U.S. government was spraying substances during the Cold War across East St. Louis and using everybody as test lab rats. See, what's going to happen is, and this is why we have to start writing stuff down.
I've been saying that.
Start storing our own information.
Literally been saying that.
Because 50 years from now, people are going to reference what? AI for everything historical.
Yeah, they're going to actually be spoon-fed the bullshit. Ask AI. Ask Genie.
It's his story.
Dude.
Whoever wins tells a story, literally. So if you're controlling what's happening in the past, now you can shape the future.
I mean, they're literally tearing up books too. Amazon.
Let's go to that.
Let's go.
Amazon just got caught shredding thousands of books for their AI. So there is an investigative journalist group called 404 Media, and they did a test. So they put an air tag in a package of 1,000 rare, like historical books, right? They send it off to Amazon, right? The air tag shows it goes to Amazon. Amazon runs it through this conveyor belt, chops off the spine of the book, feeds it, and then burns it.
So Amazon gets the book. They cut the spine off and then feed this to like an OCR.
Yeah. Well, no, what's OCR?
OCR is what you would scan text
text.
That's exactly what it is.
So all these tech companies are doing that because why? Do they really want to train their AI, or do they want to control history? Because historical books is the only thing we have besides people from the actual, like, you know,
like
your
word of
grandma
mouth.
or your great grandma telling you stories, and that generation is dying off. All we have is historical, like, documents and textbooks, right? So they're feeding it to AI and they're destroying. Why do you have to destroy the book?
Wait, and get this. The warehouse logo where this is happening. You know what the logo is? It's a T-Rex eating a book.
Oh,
are you
shit.
fucking serious? It's a
Damn.
T-Rex. Come on. Literally holding a book and it's like about to eat a book. How?
See?
And it's in Las Vegas.
See?
Ain't this
See what I mean?
A lot of stuff. Lots of stuff. Yep. And then breaking overnight, mass layoffs have begun. After 350,000 Haitians lost their TPS, with DHS alerting employers their time is up. Here we go.
Well, so first of all, there you see that throwback from Janet Napolitano, who said there's an earthquake in Haiti, which, by the way, is total BS that we have TPS for earthquakes. But put that aside. There's an earthquake in Haiti, so she's announcing TPS for a few months while they're recovering from an earthquake. That was in 2010, 15 years ago. Then the Biden administration, in its last year, extends TPS to every single illegal alien from Haiti while they are flying them en masse into Springfield, Ohio, across the Midwest. It was a formal policy of replacing the communities that lived in, settled, and sustained these communities for generations. It was one of the most heinous things this government has ever done. And yes, under President Trump, let me be very clear. The illegal alien Haitians are going back to Haiti. They can build their country there. Well, so first of all, there you see that throw.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's time to hire Americans. That's it. Yeah. So a throwback, alleged footage from Hawaii right before and during the Lahaina fires.
Look behind you. Insane. Whoa, did you see that just shoot across? Did anyone else see that?
It's windy, and then there's a flash, and I think that's when a tree's falling on a power line. The power goes out, our generator kicks in, the camera comes back online, and then the forest is on fire.
And people wonder how all these fires and stuff, they all start. And, you know, people catch this stuff on camera and it's like, it's all conspiracy. It's all conspiracy. It's all conspiracy. When in all actuality, it's all factual. All right. And wokeness put this up narrative. Black man lynched in North Carolina. Turns out police found CCTV footage of the man hanging himself.
At 1:59 p.m., video shows the young man carrying an electrical cord walking towards the tree by himself. Between 2:06 p.m. and 2:07 p.m., video captures the actual incident taking place. No one else is seen in the area when this incident occurred. At 2:25 p.m., a witness who worked near the location reported seeing someone hanging in a tree to his supervisor. At 1:59 p.m., video shows the young man carrying an electrical cord walking towards the tree.
Yeah. CCTV. Yep. All right. Eric Daughtry says, now President Trump just dropped this nuke on why Texas needs to vote for Ken Paxton over James Tallarico in U.S. Senate election. He is for. So here we go. He is for state income tax for Texas, gun confiscation, abortion on demand, wide open borders, amnesty for all illegals, sex change surgery for kids, pushing the LGBTQ agenda in schools, men and women's sports and restrooms, packing the Supreme Court with leftist judges, abolishing the Electoral College, abolishing the prison and incarceration system of criminals. And yeah. So if you haven't been to the Marine Barracks, Washington, for their evening parade, you're missing out. Truly an unforgettable evening celebrating the dedication, heritage, and warfighting lethality of our nation's Marines. A must-see when visiting the nation's capital. There you go. Yep. All right, here we go.
The Supreme Court earlier this week ruled on mail-in ballots, and there are states like North Carolina that have ballots that go out next week. How are states supposed to implement this?
Oh, they're able to. North Carolina is great. It's a great place. I wanted to go 3 times. They do some mail-in ballots, but basically they ruled on the legitimacy and the way we want to make them legitimate. And it was a great ruling for the Republicans.
Why did the Supreme Court earlier this week ruled on mail-in ballots, and there
Interesting that this is being brought back up again. So, and then Pete Hegseth.
Might the soldiers and the Marines who have been deployed over to the Middle East serve in this conflict?
Well, just like the previous question, it's sort of military 101. Don't tell your enemy what you're willing to do or not do. And don't tell your enemy when you're willing to stop, especially an enemy that likes to hide in bunkers and try to hoard their missiles and hope you'll wait you out. So that's not a question I'm going to answer, or the president has said definitively. We have our own goals and guidance and things military objectives that we're moving toward and things that we look at. And as he's articulated, he's said 4 to 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks, it could be any particular number, but we would never reveal precisely what it is, because our goal is to finish those objectives. And we're well on our way. And the chairman and I look at this every single day. It will be the president's determination and the president's determination alone when those objectives are complete and when it serves the interest of the American people to cut that deal, to make sure that Iran doesn't have a nuclear capability and ultimately that our objectives, our interests are advanced. I don't know if you want to add anything.
No, just really low volume there, pal. Very low. Every week, these strange white containers, white crates leave a high security Tesla compound in Lathrop, California. They show up near the Hoover Dam at an Air Force base in Georgia and in the heart of New York City. An estimated 4,000 of them are now spread across 48 locations in 14 states, and more roll out every week. But you won't see this on CNBC, and you won't read about it in the Wall Street Journal, because these mystery Elon crates have nothing to do with electric vehicles, space, social media, crypto, biotech, robots, or AI. The mystery Elon crates are Tesla Megapacks, grid-scale battery storage units being deployed across the country for utility, military, and commercial energy projects. Tesla is quietly building the backbone of America's grid storage infrastructure while everyone's distracted by culture war bullshit. But it is the actual story worth paying attention to. No secret technology, no hidden invention, just the most boring, most profitable, and arguably most important thing Tesla does, hidden in plain sight. Yeah. So Donald Trump says Jonathan Hunt of Fox News did a particularly inaccurate report on the failing Islamic Republic of Iran. I don't want to meet. They do. In fact, they are begging to make a deal. Brett Baer should straighten out his flunkies for his change, says President Donald J. Trump. Yep. So I got to look at this. I got to check and see. It's 4:20, by the way, my time. 4:20. I got to see how much time I got left. All right, I got about an hour left on the generator, I'll be back with you guys again. Well, I'm not going to say when because I don't know, and that's why we went as long as we did. So, until I can get fuel, I'm screwed. So I will catch you guys again tomorrow. I want to cook while I got power for the oven and get that done. And I'll see you guys when I see you. Remember, God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. And we'll see each other again soon. Peace.